один, потом переехал в БСМ по 2 рядом с моргом, там хоботом рыл во дворе ржавый слоник, бесплодную землю, прессованный прах наших предков, бомжей, городских работяг, деревенских, которых великая стройка скурила и выдула в небо задумчиво из крематорной трубы. Я видел в окно, как дышит оно, напротив как раз продавали гробы, и все мужички нелепой судьбы роились вокруг, потому что оно выделяло тепло. Как ради его, когда были совсем малыши, прислоняли свои шалаши мы, и это не тень от забора, а что-то реально большое брало нас тогда под крыло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Бабай был водитель автобуса сам из села, когда он пустой после смены катился в депо, умирая. Так и черемуха пышно цвела, мы висели на поручнях, как на лианах, ломали компостер, копили билеты в какое такое депо. Мы уже после смерти его догадались об этом. Мой прадед мечтал об одном, что был у семьи его дом. Он строил и строил дотла, сгорал его дом 3 раза подряд. За 3-м пожаром дед умер от разрыва сердца, и все говорили, что бил вместо крови огонь из грудного жерла. В тот день деревня за час потянулась к воротам двора его. Что их туда привело, что их туда привело, никто не сумел описать, но все помнили точно. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Другой 30 лет мертвым был в лагерях, и однажды седым стал в дверях. Не поверила мать, не пошла обнимать, пока тот и не вытащила из рукава забитое плечо, как в кино. И поняли все, что на койке небесной теперь есть свободное место одно. И лагерной песней ее мамкину старую печку сердечко сынок затопил горячо, как нельзя горячо. Душа ее вмиг отлетела, а то, что осталось еще, сутки светилось, млело, сиротело и высвобождало тепло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло. Мой сын родился в РКБ, горячий как хлеб, весь из этого соткан тепла. Он сразу заплакал о тех, кто ради него стал зала. В груди моей женщины черкнуло что-то от этого плача, и по животу из сосков потекло. Она поняла, с тех пор навсегда поселилось невластное нечто, которое жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло ее, жгло и пекло. Оно выделяло тепло, 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 оно выделяло тепло.
Sometimes we lose, sometimes we win. Sometimes we try to fit it all in. Sometimes we don't know what's in store. Sometimes we find what we're looking for. Sometimes we're rolling easy and free. Sometimes 1 and 1 makes 3. So much to love along this ride. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
For the American men and their allies fighting in the jungles of Southeast Asia, encounters with tigers, poisonous reptiles, and massive insects, not to mention enemy soldiers and booby traps, these would certainly have been enough to deal with. But alongside these more conventional threats, soldiers returning from the jungles of Vietnam appear to have encountered something else. Strange creatures which defy rational explanation. The devil creatures of Quang Binh. The mist which hangs before you
offers you a choice
to pass through
or to escape.
Beyond it are stories which defy
The explanation
and fly in the face.
of what we know to be real,
It is a void of both
reality
and impossibility.
of both fact
and superstition.
You alone are left to discern
what to believe as you pass through what we call fog.
enemy territory north of the DMZ to conduct several days of search and destroy operations against the North Vietnamese army. As their column formation slowly wound its way through the dark jungle, the point man at the front of the patrol suddenly stopped, throwing up his fist and quickly signaling to the men behind him to take a knee. He then ran his hand repeatedly across his throat. Possible enemy soldiers ahead, he was saying. Looking back towards the movement he had spotted, the men tried to make out anything that would identify the unknown threat, what appeared to be a group of 4 men walking in single file through the jungle. It was difficult to see them clearly, as the thick jungle was hiding both groups from each other, but the soft moonlight coming through the canopy above is what gave these 4 men away, as they otherwise appeared to be moving soundlessly. These men were clearly experts at moving quietly through dense jungle, possibly a team of NBA sappers. After a moment, the American soldiers close enough to see them realized they couldn't make out any weapons or anything that looked like a military uniform. What they had thought might be helmets were in fact the tops of these men's heads, as if they were all bald, with the moonlight through the canopy reflecting the hairless outlines of their skulls. But was that moonlight? Squinting through the trees, the soldiers could swear that these men were glowing, as if they themselves were emitting a soft aura of light. And whatever they were wearing was smooth and highly reflective and dazzling, as if they were wearing tight clothing made from snakeskin. But no. On second glance, the soldiers were shocked to realize it was their skin. Scaly, reptilian skin. And far from being North Vietnamese soldiers whose average height was somewhere around 5.5 feet tall, these men, these things, all 4 of them appeared to stand at least 7 feet tall. Entirely uncertain of what they were even looking at, the men at the head of their formation said nothing, holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Either unaware of the American platoon's presence or choosing to ignore them entirely, these 4 beings kept silently walking by them until they eventually just disappeared into the jungle. With no reason to pursue them, the soldiers waited for the all-clear before standing up. The point man checked his compass, and they continued their own patrol, never catching sight of the strange creatures again. But another patrol evidently did. Hey, Mac, go ahead and shut her off. Williams,
Yes, sir?
sun will be up soon. Go ahead and cut the engines. We'll, drift with the current for a while.
You got it.
Throughout the war, American teams were deployed deep behind enemy lines in the conduct of guerrilla warfare, hoping to cut off the enemy supply lines, to stop the harassment of locals, and to destroy any hidden bases and weapon depots they might find. A 2-boat team of 8 soldiers has likewise been inserted on a search and destroy mission, cruising in their patrol boats along a river just north of the DMZ, their mission lasting throughout the night and into the early morning hours. At the onset of these night missions, a curfew had been implemented. Locals had been warned to remain at home, since the men had trouble seeing in the dark, and the standard procedure for these missions was to fire on anything that moved, with the presumption being that anyone caught out at night, whether on the river or in the jungle, would be an enemy soldier. Enemy fire could break out from the shoreline at any time without warning, so the men were on constant guard, their eyes warily scanning the riverbank for any sign of movement or other indication of enemy presence. But now that the sun was coming up and visibility was improving, these men would have to begin operating under more restrictive guidelines for firing on unknown targets. This might explain why, for some unknown reason, the patrol officer ordered the boats to the shoreline to conduct a short reconnaissance patrol away from the river. After leaving the boats and passing through a section of trees, the men reached the edge of a large jungle clearing. Perhaps they wanted to mark the location as a possible drop zone for future patrol inserts or extractions by helicopter. Whatever their reasons, these men couldn't help but notice that this section of jungle was eerily quiet. They had long become accustomed to hearing the constant droning sounds of insects, monkeys, and birds. But now, this notable silence could mean the presence of human activity, possibly that of enemy soldiers. Perhaps that is what prompted their commander to conduct this investigation. Moving into the clearing in the dim light, at some point the team began noticing a number of piles of what appeared to be animal dung scattered around the area. As they momentarily paused to examine these animal dung scattered around the area, they suddenly heard crashing sounds coming from the nearby tree line. They were shocked to see what appeared to be several large humanoid creatures lumbering out of the dense brush, heading straight for them. These things were unlike anything they'd ever seen, tall, at least 7 or 8 feet in height, with bright yellow skin and 3-digit hands and feet, with fingers and toes that ended in sharp claws. The faces of these strange creatures were flat and sported large, snake-like eyes, with only a couple of slits for a nose. The creatures were on top of them before they even had a chance to react. But surprisingly, these giant, yellow-skinned beings were said to have passed right by these men, seemingly not even paying attention to them at all, disappearing once again into the opposite tree line. Completely spooked by the encounter, the frightened soldiers decided to immediately return to their boats. But as they moved through the section of jungle between the clearing and the river, they once again heard the loud sounds of jungle brush being trampled behind them. Whatever the creatures were, they were now following them. The men broke into a run themselves, their own loud movements now adding to the noise of the crashing sounds behind them, which indicated the creatures were drawing closer and closer. Some of the men aimed their rifles behind them, firing blindly, but it seemed to have no effect on slowing down their pursuers. Terrified, bursting through the tree line and clambering into their boats on the riverbank, the men apparently continued to fire on these creatures, watching them twitch as the bullets seemed to bounce off of their hard, scaly skin. Confused and likely terrified themselves at the sight of these monsters, the coxswains quickly pulled their crafts away from the riverbank and throttled them away. As they left, the men purportedly saw the haunting sight of dozens of these massive humanoids now gathered along the riverbank, watching them leave. The shoreline seemed to be illuminated by a powerful glow emanating from the creatures' bodies. This next encounter is told from the perspective of the soldier who shared the story. In 1970, I was serving as a corporal in the U.S. Army, deployed to South Vietnam in a region about 30 miles south of the DMZ. At the time, I was second in command of a squad of soldiers. We had set up a bivouac in a jungle area that had a few steep hills. That evening, my section was ordered to patrol one of the small valleys west of the encampment. We moved out, led by our sergeant. Not long after entering one of the small valleys, we detected movement ahead of us. It seemed to be scattered activity, so we doubted it was Viet Cong, but we weren't positive. We hunkered down for about 15 minutes, getting occasional glimpses of something moving within the trees and brush. There wasn't enough light to detect what we were observing, even though the moonlight was bright that night. After a while, the activity halted, so we continued to slowly move through the valley. About this time, things got very strange. As we approached a sheer rock wall on the side of a hill, it looked like someone, or something, had stacked large stones and boulders in the pass in front of us. There was also an opening in the hillside that looked like a cave entrance, approximately 5 foot high and 3 foot wide, narrowing at the top. While observing the passageway, it appeared to have been cut away by machinery. The edges were smooth, with small, even-spaced grooves. We were puzzled by this because we had never seen enemy caves like this, just underground tunnels. Our sergeant suggested that it might be a BC supply depot, so we started to assess how we were going to investigate the cave. We noticed a putrid odor emanating from the entrance. The only thing I can compare it to was rotting eggs and human decay. It was so revolting that a few of the soldiers were becoming ill and started to back away into the jungle, including our sergeant. I was directing a light into the entrance in order to observe anything, but there was a haze that was impossible to see through. We had no idea what this thing was. So the entire squad took a position in the heavy brush approximately 150 feet from the entrance, far enough not to be detected, but close enough to observe the cave entrance. We quietly remained there for what seemed like forever. The jungle was strangely calm, though we heard rumbling sounds coming from the distance. It was really eerie. Our sergeant was sitting near me, talking to himself. It was obvious that he was frightened. I was looking at the rest of the squad. Each had wide eyes and was scanning the area. Tired as we were, it was clear that no one was going to doze off during this patrol. After several hours, dawn was approaching and it started to lighten up. I checked my watch. It was just before 0500 hours. Just then, we noticed movement in front of the cave. A being, I first thought it was a man, moved through the entrance into the clearing in front of the cave. As it stood up from a crouch, it stood at least 7 feet high and started to look in our direction. At that time, another similar-looking creature was moving out of the cave. The only way I can describe these beings is that they looked like upright lizards. The scaly, shiny skin was very dark, almost black. Snake-like faces with forward-set eyes that were very large. They had arms and legs like a human, but with scaly skin. I didn't notice a tail, though they wore long, one-piece dark green robes, along with a dark cap-like covering on their heads. I never noticed if they had anything on their feet. They were making these hellish, hissing sounds and looking directly at us. No one gave the order. It seemed like the entire squad opened fire at once. Every piece of vegetation between us and them was quickly sheared away. I yelled out a ceasefire order. At the same time, I was looking in the direction of the cave. There was nothing there. We immediately checked our flank in case these things circled around us, but there was nothing. As we approached the cave, ready to resume action if needed, it became apparent that the beings had escaped, most likely back into the cave. It was soon decided to set charges and close the cave entrance. When we returned to camp, we all seemed to be in a daze. There was little discussion of the incident, and we were never debriefed. So I know the sergeant never filed a report. Then again, if he did, it was kept quiet by the brass. When researching these stories, it is uncommon to find all three of them told in conjunction with one another. So saying, with the assertion being that these stories originated from three separate men who served in Vietnam, the similarities between their stories are seemingly remarkable. But these American servicemen are purportedly not alone in their experiences. Ho Can is a Vietnamese logger born in the rural hills of Phong Nha. He lost his father during the war. To provide for his family, Ho then spent much of his life foraging for valuable wood in the surrounding jungles, wood that is used for incense, herbal remedies, and other medicines. In December of 1990, while out foraging for agarwood in the jungle, a sudden cloudburst forced him to seek shelter. He then stumbled upon an opening in a limestone cliff wall. It was a cave, a massive cave. He could hear the sounds of a river raging somewhere inside the cave, and even saw clouds billowing out of the entrance. When he later showed his discovery to British cave explorers, this cave would come to be known as Hang Son Dung, or the Mountain River Cave. In 2009, it was declared to be the world's largest cave, extending deep into the mountains, a length of more than 9 kilometers, or more than 5.5 miles. The average height of the cave is 200 meters, 660 feet. Its average width, about 75% of that. It's so outrageously massive, it's been found to have its own ecosystem, with breakages in parts of the cave ceiling allowing for sunlight to shine through, leading to the growth of entire jungles inside the cave. Within these hard-to-reach jungles have been found species of endangered tigers, flying foxes, and rare primates. It's practically a lost world, thriving just beneath the surface of the earth. The cave was open for tourism in 2013. In 2015, a video was posted online that asserted that, presumably while exploring the cave after his early discovery, Ho Khan had encountered what he described as a devil creature. This creature, this video stated, had a human body, but with the skin and facial structure closer to that of a dragon or lizard. In addition to this description, Ho is claimed to have inadvertently taken a Polaroid photo of the creature while attempting to photograph one of the dark cave tunnels. In this photo, something like a humanoid creature does appear to be watching him curiously around the far bend in the passage, its body largely concealed in the dark. It's hard to make heads or tails of it, but what is seen is suggested to be distinctive facial features, the eyes and mouth of the creature being the only things captured by the camera's flash. However, this video was the first uploaded by the creator when he started his channel, and it does seem to be the original and only online source of this photo and its connection to Ho Khan and the Sondong Cave. As far as credibility, unfortunately it does not seem that the video's creator offered any indication of where he found the photo or any evidence that Ho Khan took the photo himself or that he ever claimed to have encountered reptilian humanoids. There are also claims circulating online forums that tourists to the cave have reported strange sightings of these creatures, with one tourist said to have gone missing, presumed to have been abducted by them. But again, these claims can only be traced back to the same video, where the photo originated from. The creator posted 2 more paranormal videos following this one, and his account has since remained inactive for the last 7 years. So as far as proving the validity of this photo being taken by Ho Khan in a cave in Vietnam, or even being an original unaltered photo, we're left empty-handed. As of 2022, even Ancient Aliens picked up on the strange similarities between all of these encounters and did an episode on the Sondong Cave and the humanoid creatures. In their coverage of the events, they are also unfortunately somewhat vague in their claims that local residents describe seeing reptilian-type humanoid beings emerging from the cave. One can only assume they are likewise parroting the same information offered by this single YouTube video from 2015. Considering how difficult it was for Ho to find the cave, it begs the question at what point in time and how many locals took the time to visit the cave and happened upon these strange creatures before the chartered tourist groups began arriving in 2013. And without any indication that anyone from the Ancient Aliens team has actually interviewed the Vietnamese locals, or even Ho Khan himself, about his supposed encounter with these creatures, any reports about these creatures in relation to the Sondong Cave and Ho Khan remain questionable. As for the soldiers' stories, only 2 of them appear to have known sources. Paranormal show host Art Bell covered the Riverside encounter during a live broadcast of his coast-to-coast radio program sometime in either the early 90s or early 2000s. The third encounter, involving the creatures emerging from a cave, was submitted to paranormal researcher Lon Strickler in 2015, which he then published to his online blog. The story was provided to him by a U.S. soldier who served in Vietnam and continued his military service after the war. Lon assured his readers that the man had provided references for his identification, which both checked out. Lon confirmed that not only had this man served in the Army, but that he had led a distinguished and admirable career before retiring. At minimum, wherever they are presented, all 3 of these stories are given the authority of at least having originated from an actual service member who fought in Vietnam, as opposed to the stories being works of pure fiction. As to their reasons for remaining anonymous, it goes without saying. Even a small amount of military experience and the understandable expectation they would have had of being labeled as unhinged would offer us plenty of insight into their motivations. It should also be said that many of these men returned home from a war, physically and psychologically injured, only to find themselves the target of political animus. Instead of a welcome home, they found themselves hated and despised by many of their own countrymen, serving a prison sentence for dodging the draft, or being called a baby killer for choosing to serve their country with honor. Those were the choices our society offered them. Not exactly a warm environment which would have encouraged our boys to tell these more bizarre stories with any confidence. What can be said of the reported military encounters with these creatures in the 1970s is that the location and timing of each encounter is somewhat consistent. All three of the encounters are presented as occurring in close proximity to the dividing border between North and South Vietnam, in the province of Quang Binh. Even the Son Doong Cave is located in the same province, 70 kilometers or 43 miles north of the DMZ, so that entire mountainous area could be hiding any number of undiscovered cave systems. All of the encounters were reported as taking place at night, possibly in the early morning before sunrise, or otherwise near caves, indicating that these creatures would likely be nocturnal and that their eyesight is well adapted to darkness, an ideal adaptation for cave dwelling. With the exception of skin color, bioluminescence, and the wearing of clothing, the physical descriptions given for these strange creatures and their behavior likewise appear similar across all three accounts. But if they exist, where might they be hiding now? Like the deepest parts of our oceans, the sprawling, massive jungles of Southeast Asia where these events are said to have happened, these jungles remain largely unexplored, and it's no wonder why. The soldiers who fought there will tell you themselves. The terrain is difficult to traverse, steep, cragged mountains with sheer drops leading down to muddy jungle basins, not to mention dealing with the biting insects, poisonous snakes, and other unpleasant animals. In any case, it would hardly be feasible to explore these regions by any means other than on foot or by aircraft, and the US military's prolific use of toxic herbicides during the war points to the obvious problem with aircraft. The thick canopy of trees makes it impossible to see what might be moving along the jungle floor anyway, whether enemy soldiers or something else. Humans have lived in that region for tens of thousands of years. The Son Doong Cave system has existed for millions of years, and yet its discovery was only recently documented. If not someone like Ho Khan earning an honest living by scouring the jungles for valuable wood, there's nothing else of value anyone wants to go looking for, at least nothing that's worth the trouble. And even Ho likely doesn't explore beyond a certain distance from his home. So if we were hoping for new evidence, we may never get it. If the Vietnamese locals remain content to explore only a short distance from their villages, the depths of these jungles will continue to remain a mystery. Still, without venturing into the realms of alien conspiracy or interdimensional travel, the idea of intelligent humanoid reptiles having evolved alongside mankind would understandably seem ludicrous. So perhaps the only logical theory we might have is that because of the war, military action in these heavily forested regions is what finally exposed mankind to these strange and elusive creatures. Or perhaps these soldiers were not the first humans to encounter them, but only the first in a very long time. And then there were the earthquakes. American soldiers watched their morning coffee being stirred by the massive impacts of distant bombs, while the Viet Cong hunkered down in their tunnels were praying they wouldn't be crushed to death, while the earth was shaking violently around them. Certainly, any undiscovered animal might have been stirred momentarily out of its cave by these widespread bombing campaigns, and once the war ended and the bombing stopped, the men returned home, and the creatures returned to their quiet solitude. As far as their strange appearance goes, by comparison, it does seem that the deeper we have ventured away from the ocean's surface, the stranger the fish get, and the longer they can live. Some species of fish even produce their own ambient light, having adapted in an environment of complete darkness. And surviving in the depths of the ocean, we've documented species of even complex animals, whales and sharks, that can live for more than 400 years. Perhaps the same is true in dark jungles and massive unexplored cave systems. The deeper you go, the weirder it gets. And perhaps it just takes a war to draw them out of hiding. If you've paid attention to the opening titles over the last couple of years, this scene in particular, I've had this story in my back pocket for quite a while now. It's actually one of the first cryptid stories I stockpiled when I started the channel back in 2020, having come across it during my research for the Viet Cong Tunnels episode. As unbelievable as it was for me to accept at that point, and probably even now, I'm glad I waited to produce an episode on this story. Having received emails and story submissions from a number of veterans and others, I now have an appreciable level of experience with fielding these types of stories. Considered one of the most perplexing mysteries to occur during World War II. On the morning of August 16, 1942, two U.S. naval pilots seemingly disappeared without trace from the cabin of their dirigible airship while conducting a routine flight off the coast of California. What could have caused two highly trained military men, both of sound mind and body, to abandon an airworthy ship in mid-flight? This is the story of the Ghost Blimp. World War II is arguably one of the most documented and revisited wars from history. However, many of the events that took place during this war remain secluded from the purview of many Americans. Some may be surprised to hear that both Japanese and German naval forces conducted attacks near or on the U.S. mainland, primarily against American ships along its Atlantic and Pacific coastlines. While a series of following events would result in the unusual disappearance of two U.S. blimp pilots later in August, Japanese submarine activity likewise resulted in another mysterious loss on December 7, 1941, that of a number of merchant marines and soldiers far out at sea. 10 minutes before the attack began on Pearl Harbor, 1,200 miles away, a Japanese I-class submarine surfaced and opened fire on the SS Cynthia Olsen, a U.S. Army lumber freighter, midway on her route between Washington State and Hawaii. After dozens of shells fired from the submarine's deck gun hit their mark, the Olsen became the first U.S. ship to be sunk by the Japanese Empire. The last to see them alive, Japanese records report that the captain of the attacking sub later surfaced and provided food rations to the surviving Americans in their lifeboats. However, despite the Olsen's radio operator remaining on the ship and successfully transmitting their final position to nearby ships and shore stations, none of the 35 crew members were ever seen again. Prior to the start of the attack on Oahu, Japanese submarines were positioned near the entrance of Pearl Harbor in order to intercept any American vessels attempting to maneuver out into open water. 3 days later, 9 of the available 12 Japanese submarines were then instructed to pursue and sink an American aircraft carrier on its way to the U.S. mainland. They were then to move to strategic attack points, harbor entrances, and shipping lanes along the U.S. shoreline. Over the following week, from December 18th to the 24th, Americans would witness a number of Japanese attacks on U.S. merchant vessels, very near the shores of California. The submarines would remain on location, prowling the coastline until the last week of February. During this time, at least half a dozen American merchant and cargo vessels were attacked, with a number of their crew members being killed or abandoning their sinking ships, some with their lifeboats then riddled by Japanese deck guns. Although the Japanese had initially planned to bombard American coastal cities such as Los Angeles, submarine commanders feared the Americans' increasingly accurate anti-submarine retaliations. The only land target to be attacked
was the Elwood Oil Refinery, located about 80 miles northwest of Los Angeles, near Santa Barbara. As many Americans now feared mainland attacks during the uncertain conflict, the United States Navy proposed to Congress the development of a lighter-than-air program for routine anti-submarine patrolling of the coast and harbors. Equipped with 2 Mark 17 depth bombs and a .30 caliber machine gun, these airships were more than capable of sinking any Japanese subs they might locate. By August of 1942, dirigible patrols had become a common observance along California's coastline. However, in the late morning of August 16th, as a lone swimmer prepared to enter the water, he was startled to see a blimp emerging from the now dissipating morning fog, flying dangerously low over the water, right toward his position. Quickly moving out of harm's way, he watched as the airship bounced off of the sand, then careened into a steep embankment. One of its 2 depth charges broke away on impact. Now free from the weight of the charge, it lifted into the sky and drifted back out of sight. Thousands of eyewitnesses soon watched as this crippled airship now listed slowly over the San Francisco peninsula. With its helium bag leaking, it eventually descended to the ground, grazing several rooftops and power lines before landing in the street on the northeast end of Daly City. Having pursued the drifting airship for some time, firefighters, police, and city officials arrived quickly on the location, joined by other residents and curious observers. An immediate search baffled the investigators. The blimp was missing its crew. The door had been latched open, a microphone hooked to an external loudspeaker dangling out of the open hatch. Aside from the damage to one of the engines during its several impacts, nothing about the ship was out of order. The engine was on, and the throttle was set to the idling position. The radio was turned on and in working condition. The life raft and 3 parachutes were still in the cabin on their hooks. There was no apparent evidence of foul play. The airship, referred to by its designated number, or as Love 8, had departed the nearby naval station Treasure Island shortly after 6 a.m. that same morning, piloted by 27-year-old Lieutenant Ernest Cody and 32-year-old Ensign Charles Adams. Both were considered skillful flyers. The first hour and a half of flight was uneventful, taking them over the Golden Gate Bridge, out over open water, towards the small Farallon Islands, 30 miles offshore. At 7:38, when they were within 4 miles of the islands, the men radioed their position. A few minutes later, having spotted a suspicious oil slick, a possible indication of Japanese submarine activity, they alerted their squadron's headquarters of their intent to investigate it. This was the last anyone ever heard from either of these men. Crew members aboard 2 ships floating nearby the location of the reported oil slick, a cargo ship named the SS Albert Gallatin and a fishing trawler named the Daisy Gray, later reported their eyewitness accounts in lieu of Cody and Adams' inexplicable radio silence. At about the same time, Love 8's pilots had radioed their investigation of the oil slick, 7:42 a.m. Both ships witnessed 2 smoke flares drop from the blimp into the water. The pilots would have used these flares to mark a spot of interest, for instance, the location of an enemy submarine, which could then be targeted by American bomber planes. The Gallatin crew immediately sounded an alarm and manned their deck guns, quickly moving their ship away from the area in case there was a submarine. The Daisy Gray was much closer, enough for the first mate to see the 2 pilots inside the gondola and even distinguish their hair color. They immediately began reeling in their fishing nets in anticipation of the airship dropping a depth charge onto an enemy sub. There were no bombs dropped. In fact, while they remained in place watching the blimp, none of the now keenly observant Daisy Gray crew saw anything fall from the aircraft other than the 2 initial flares. For over an hour they watched in trepidation, some with binoculars, as the blimp continued to circle the location between 200 to 300 feet over the water. At one point, the airship descended to less than 30 feet above the waves, as if its crew wanted a closer look. Men on the now departing SS Gallatin said it looked as though it was almost sitting on top of the water. Then, shortly after 9 a.m., Love 8 dropped ballast, rose, and headed back towards San Francisco. Since blimps regularly patrolled the coastline, nobody watching thought L8's movements seemed unusual. But that was possibly the last time Cody and Adams were ever seen. For some reason, the pilots had maintained radio silence during this hour and a half. Their command back at base was growing concerned. By the time the airship was witnessed leaving the location of the reported oil slick, all aircraft in the vicinity had been notified to be on the lookout for a potentially distressed blimp, and to report any sightings immediately. 2 Kingfisher float planes had also been deployed to search for the airship. The following series of L8's movements and its reported sightings are confusing, to say the least, as they make little sense when placed chronologically. This could be either due to the entirely baffling nature of this event, or the possible alterations in the multiple retellings of this story over the last 80 years. Indeed, many of the available news articles and television series which have covered this ghost blimp story simply avoid mentioning L8's whereabouts from the time she left the oil slick after 9 a.m. until she was seen by the lone swimmer, colliding with the embankment on Ocean Beach and dropping one of her depth charges at approximately 11:15 a.m. This version of the story would make it appear that during those 2 hours, Love 8 simply drifted 30 miles back with the wind, presumably in an uncontrolled manner, since both pilots may have fallen out while the blimp idled over the oil slick. Yet this seems unlikely for a number of reasons, including that the blimp was witnessed as flying in a controlled manner, and there do appear to be multiple sightings of the blimp between these 2 points in time. An hour and a half after departing the oil slick, at 10:49 a.m., the pilot of a Pan American Clipper plane reported seeing the blimp flying over the Golden Gate Bridge. Nothing seemed unusual. L8 appeared to be under control and heading back in the direction of Treasure Island. It is possible that a nearby P-38 pilot also reported seeing her nearing the bridge around this same time. However, no given timestamp appears to exist for the P-38 pilot's report, and other retellings of this story seem to simply include this particular sighting as an afterthought. The P-38 pilot apparently reported the same information as the Clipper pilot. The blimp was flying normally, nothing unusual. If these 2 sightings near the bridge are in fact true, L8's next reported sighting is then almost impossible to comprehend. The Kingfisher float planes, presumably still searching along Love 8's originally planned route over open ocean, were possibly then informed that the blimp was spotted near the bridge and redirected their course in that direction to get eyes on for themselves. At 11 a.m., 10 minutes after being seen over the Golden Gate Bridge, one of the Kingfisher pilots finally spotted the blimp. Strangely, Love 8 was nowhere near where her previously reported flight path should have taken her. The Kingfisher pilot further stated that the blimp was acting unusually, as it was now rising through the overcast, disappearing into the cloud cover at nearly 2,000 feet when he spotted it. That day's weather conditions would have meant the blimp's automated pressure release valves would activate somewhere between 2,100 and 2,500 feet. Once the maximum altitude had caused enough of its helium to be vented, the now crumpled airship then would have descended. If accurate, this reported sighting by the Kingfisher pilot is bizarre. Despite having just been reported as flying east over the Golden Gate Bridge, back towards Treasure Island, L8 now appeared to have doubled back, as she was now almost 15 miles southwest from the bridge, 3 miles offshore, over the Pacific Ocean. While some minutes must be accounted for in the delay of the previous radio transmissions, the reported times of these sightings and Love 8's inexplicable changes in flight pattern are seemingly impossible, as if the blimp was suddenly capable of moving at incredibly high speeds, or that it could be in 2 places at once. When departing and returning from the Farallon Islands, for the trip to have taken an hour and a half in both directions, from just after 6 a.m. until 7:42, and then its return starting just after 9 a.m. until 10:49, the blimp would have been traveling at a low cruising speed of around 20 miles per hour. At least on the first leg of the trip, out to the islands, this is a logical speed for the pilots to have maintained. If not only to conserve fuel, they would have wanted to move at a speed slow enough that would allow them to observe the water below them for enemy submarines. It is unknown whether the pilots were still aboard when the blimp was heading back towards land. However, since it was later found with the engines set to idle, it is not clear how the blimp could have maintained a consistent 20-mile-per-hour speed on the trip back, unless there were strong enough winds, or unless it was in fact being piloted. In any case, L8's maximum airspeed was just over 60 miles per hour, in excellent weather conditions. For the blimp to have traveled 15 miles southwest of the Golden Gate Bridge in less than 10 minutes, it would have to be moving at a speed of somewhere between 85 to nearly 100 miles per hour, which would have been impossible. If the Kingfisher pilot's reporting is accurate, and L8 was 3 miles off of Salada Beach at that time, it then apparently again reversed course, drifting over 6 miles back northeast. This movement, at least, is presumably an accurate assumption, since strong winds may have pushed the idling and now deflated blimp inland until it eventually struck Ocean Beach. When it later crashed in Daly City, the blimp was found with only 4 hours of fuel remaining. Having started her patrol with 12 hours worth of fuel, the only rational explanation is that at some point, one of the pilots intentionally dumped over 30% of the airship's fuel. But why? This procedure was considered highly unusual, unless for some reason the blimp needed to rise in a hurry by suddenly and drastically increasing buoyancy. This substantial fuel dump may explain why the blimp was seen disappearing high into the cloud ceiling like a child's balloon, meaning the loss of fuel then occurred sometime between 10:49 and 11 a.m., while the airship somehow traveled the impossible distance from the Golden Gate Bridge to 3 miles off of Salada Beach. This increased buoyancy could further be explained by the loss of the 2 men on board, although multiple eyewitness accounts appear to contradict this notion. Those individuals claim to have seen men moving around inside the gondola even after the blimp was already deflated and drifting offshore. As our minds attempt to make sense of this mystery, many will gravitate to the commonly suggested theory that, due to a number of possible causes, at some point one of the men fell from the gondola, possibly occurring at the site of the oil slick. This could explain the aircraft circling low over the water for over an hour. As the door was latched open with the loudspeaker handset dangling out of it, the remaining pilot may then have been leaning out of the door, using the loudspeaker to attempt to locate or communicate with the fallen man, now in the water. The second man then possibly fell when he either lost his grip on the gondola or otherwise falling during his attempts to locate and rescue his companion. As the waters surrounding the Farallon Islands appear to attract one of the largest aggregations of great white sharks in the world, arguably, these waters are dangerous enough for anyone to fall into, even if they did survive the impact and were wearing a life jacket. Though clearly the most plausible explanation, this theory begins to fall apart due to conflicting eyewitness reports, especially those of the blimp's seemingly controlled flight pattern back towards San Francisco, as witnessed by the Daisy Gray and the pilots who spotted her near the Golden Gate Bridge. In addition, some have suggested that the 2 flares were dropped not to mark an enemy submarine, but to mark the position of the first man who had fallen. While logical, this theory is contradicted by the Daisy Gray crew, reporting that the flares dropped at 7:42 a.m., approximately the same time that one of the men was also radioing their base command, informing them of the oil slick. Even further, journalists interviewed several individuals who witnessed the airship in the sky, appearing wilted as it aimlessly drifted 50 feet over the water offshore. At least 2 separate individuals, a 17-year-old boy at an unknown location, and a young woman riding horseback near the beach where the blimp first crashed, tracked its slow movement to the beach with their binoculars and claimed they could see figures moving inside the cabin. The woman stated she was quite sure she saw at least 3 men inside. Still more contradicting are the reports, one from the golf course near where the blimp crashed into the beach, that a man was seen parachuting out of Love 8 while still over the water. Moreover, the Navy issued a statement that their investigation showed no possibility of the men being in the craft at any time during its derelict flight over land. Another theory is that the pilots had in fact spotted an enemy Japanese sub and descended to investigate it. It is speculated that they were then captured and either killed or taken prisoner on board the submarine, The first question is why they would have not instead immediately dropped their depth charges, rather than risk such a dangerous and seemingly pointless investigation. And if this theory were true, who flew the blimp back to San Francisco, as witnessed by the crew members on the Daisy Gray and the pilots who spotted Love 8 nearing the bridge? Another theory is that the two men were involved in a lover's triangle with an unknown woman. According to this theory, one had murdered the other in a jealous rage, and then fled when the blimp reached land. This theory, too, seems an implausible dramatization. Although the intentional or unintentional murder of one of the pilots gives credibility as to how one of them may have initially fallen, it fails to explain the eyewitness accounts, the strange movements of the airship, and at what point the second pilot could have escaped the craft while airborne. If this were remotely true, then he may have jumped to his death out of guilt, or possibly survived the jump into water, and spent the rest of his life hiding in exile for fear of the consequences. The most contradicting aspect of this latter theory is to ask why the offending pilot would not simply explain his companion's death as an accident. More inexplicable suggestions are that both men were working together on a scheme to go AWOL, abandoning their military duty, or that they may have been spying for the Japanese. Possibly the most sensational is that they were in fact abducted from their craft by alien intervention. A theory that does not appear to have yet been suggested is the paranormal theory of dimensional or time slippage. 3 years after the disappearance of Love 8's pilots, 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers, designated Flight 19, took off from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and failed to ever return. Those pilots reported experiencing compass malfunctions and disorientation prior to their final radio transmissions. If Love 8's radio was found to be working, and the pilots were on board the airship, why would they have maintained radio silence, unless there was possible electromagnetic interference with their transmissions? Could the airship's seemingly impossible movement from over the Golden Gate Bridge to where it was then seen, miles away drifting into the clouds, be explained by a dimensional shift? And, as the men seemed to disappear, or even reappear with an additional companion inside the gondola, does their possible movement between dimensions compare to that of other urban legends? Such as in 1954, when a man arrived by plane in Tokyo from an unknown country called Taured, later mysteriously disappearing out of a locked room while being held in Japanese police custody. As with the specific location of such myths as the Bermuda Triangle, what if the Farallon Islands, known also as the Devil's Teeth, have some form of paranormal influence of their own? As of today, Ernest Cody and Charles Adams are not the only men to mysteriously disappear in proximity to these small rocky islands off the shores of San Francisco. Jim Gray was and remains a commemorated computer scientist, having received the Alan Turing Award in 1998 for his significant contributions to global computer systems. He was also an experienced sailor. On a calm, clear weather day in early 2007, he notified his family that he intended to sail to the Farallon Islands to scatter his mother's ashes. Like Cody and Adams, he was never seen again. As with Love 8's pilots, an extensive Coast Guard search of nearly 132,000 square miles of ocean turned up nothing. Advanced sonar scanning of 300 square miles of ocean floor between the Golden Gate Bridge and the islands turned up several wrecked ships. An underwater robotic camera confirmed that none were Jim's sailboat. Questions are raised as to why, if he was shipwrecked, he did not radio a distress signal. Further to this, the Coast Guard confirmed his ship would have been equipped with an emergency GPS beacon, which should have activated when exposed to seawater. No signal was ever received, nor has any firm explanation been determined as to how an experienced sailor and a 40-foot sailboat could simply disappear. While nearly all explanations for these and other such mysterious disappearances often produce more questions than they answer, ultimately, we find our thoughts with the families and loved ones of the lost. It is they who will possibly spend their years wondering what truly happened, far beyond what can be said of any of our own curiosities. We wish nothing but fair winds and following seas to these men. May their families find peace.
If you have been keeping up with recent episodes, this may not be the story you were next expecting to hear about. The fact is, a couple of weeks ago, I received an email from a Ukrainian army officer in which he conveyed a rather unusual story about his airborne unit being ambushed in 2015 by a group of Russian reconnaissance soldiers. He and his men were at a severe disadvantage, and by his account, none of them should have survived that firefight. In fact, as this young officer will also tell you, how he survived and what happened to those Russian soldiers during that ambush seems to defy any rational explanation. Considering recent events in Ukraine, I felt that his story deserved to be told sooner rather than later. The story is baffling and was difficult for me to title. So, like our Ukrainian friend, I can only ask, what happened in Ukraine? This Ukrainian gentleman did introduce himself to me in his email, and although I would have elected to conceal his identity for the sake of his operational security, or OPSEC, he did in fact ask that I not use his or any other names mentioned when retelling this story. By his request, he will therefore only be referred to as Cap. However, he did appear comfortable in providing the name of his unit, so I can at least offer you that much. In 2015, when this story takes place, he was serving with the Ukrainian Air Assault Forces 79th Airborne Brigade, as he referred to it. Since 2014, Cap's unit is known to have been involved in a number of battles and peacekeeping operations throughout the conflict, offering a staunch resistance to the growing pro-Russian insurgency early in the war. And now, they've been invaded. For the sake of OPSEC, I will not provide his current military status. The following is his story. It all happened in 2015, 9 kilometers southeast from the town of Ilovaisk, Donetsk region, Ukraine. I'm sure you guys are well aware of our long-lasting war against Russian aggression. I will say that the following year after the war began, 2015, was nothing less than a living hell for all Ukrainian military. I was a first lieutenant back then, acting as a platoon commander, and one day my platoon received an order to secure a medical evacuation, or medevac, mission at one of our artillery firing points near Ilovaisk. It all went well from the start. After we arrived to the location, our field medics did a miraculous job, with quite literally only their bare hands, in saving the lives of the wounded men that we recovered. We then began making our way back to the city of Mariupol, about 100 kilometers, 60 miles, to the southwest, transporting 2 wounded privates to a local hospital. And that's when the enemy hit us. Only 2 minutes into our return trip, as we drove down a section of road with trees on both sides, our convoy was ambushed by enemy soldiers. What we would later discover was a Russian Sabotage Reconnaissance Group, or SRG. They had positioned themselves in the tree line to the right side of the road. As we passed by their position, they opened fire on our vehicles. Both of my platoon's vehicles were BTR-80s, these 8-wheeled amphibious armored personnel carriers. They were still kicking, but they were old as hell. Rusty, Soviet-era junk. And now they were under heavy 12.7mm machine gun fire. Now, these guys were professionals with at least a bit of honor because they didn't fire a single shot at the medevac vehicle. Instead, they focused all their fire on the escort vehicles, on us. I immediately ordered the medevac vehicle to proceed to Mariupol, then radioed our brigade command about the situation and called for immediate backup. Meanwhile, the enemy SRG commander must have been impatient and decided not to waste any extra time on us, because only a few moments later, everything went to hell. They had decided to use one of the worst weapons possible on us. It's called a bumblebee. The Russians call it a flamethrower, but it's actually a thermobaric weapon. It fires a rocket loaded with a highly combustible fuel. When it reaches its target, the fuel is dispersed in a cloud that is then detonated by the warhead's explosive charge. The resulting explosion is devastating, radiating a powerful concussion wave and a massive fireball. Although typically used out in the open or against trenches, it's very effective against armored vehicles, as the aerosol gas can enter small spaces and allow the fireball to expand inside. One of our two BTRs received a direct hit immediately. Half of my platoon died in seconds, burning alive in a fucking tin box under several hundred degrees Celsius. I ordered my driver to perform evasive maneuvers and get us the hell out of there. Look, I'm not John Rambo. None of us here are. Back then, we didn't even have personal thermal scanners. Not a single piece for the entire platoon. Stuck inside our transport, we were completely blind, as we were unable to locate targets hiding in a tree line. We were just sitting ducks under heavy fire. They were going to kill us. The only thing I could do is try to save at least half of my men. I began radioing back the coordinates of the enemy tree line to the nearest artillery base. But before I could finish my transmission, boom. My BTR got hit by a rocket. And only by the grace of Jesus Christ Almighty, it was not a direct hit. The Bumblebee rocket exploded, hitting our right front wheel. The hull was not penetrated, but it was on fire. Everything in a 60-meter radius on the right side of our vehicle was on fire. We had no choice. If we stayed inside the vehicle, we were dead. I don't remember exactly how we got out. It all happened so fast. But scrambling out of the vehicle, I was nearly blinded as the heat of the flames burned my face very badly. Second and third degree burns. We abandoned our BTR and took cover in the tree line on the left side of the road, hoping our backup would arrive before the enemy swarmed our position. Then, in an instant, everything suddenly stopped. At first, we thought our backup had finally arrived, but no. They were nowhere in sight, and we quickly realized that was not the case. In fact, none of us really knows what happened next. It was just completely silent. But then, just as quickly, it wasn't silent anymore. The sounds of loud screams and chaotic gunfire was now coming from the opposite tree line. We took cover, waiting for bullets to start impacting the trees around us again, but it seemed like they weren't firing at us anymore. We were so confused, we had no idea what was happening. 10 seconds later, the screaming and gunfire stopped abruptly, ending with absolute, almost surreal silence. It sounded like the Russian soldiers had been attacked, but it wasn't our backup. Because after another 15 minutes of silence, as we held our position in the tree line, our actual backup arrived. The entire 2nd Company of 79th Airborne Brigade, accompanied by 3 T-64 tanks and 4 medevacs. They met no resistance from the enemy position on their arrival. Everything was still quiet. We thought they might have conducted a withdrawal from their position, but no. Moving into the tree line on the right side of the road, we found the Russian soldiers still in their fighting positions. There were 8 of them, and they were all dead. The area was an absolute bloodbath. 8 bodies, an entire standard Russian SRG, killed in action, but not by us. While some of our group started searching the area, we inspected the bodies, looking for any documents and intel, and certainly to determine what had killed them. Each one of them had received at least 5 lethal gunshot wounds. Based on the positions of their bodies and weapons, the only possible answer we could come up with was also the most confusing. They had killed each other. Wartime Stories will continue right after this. And now, back to the story. There are no official records of this event. As I said, 2015 was nothing less than a living hell for all Ukrainian military, so we didn't bother. 8 dead enemies are yet another 8 dead enemies. But 6 years on from that day, I still have a few large red marks on my face, left there by the 2nd to 3rd degree burns. They have started to fade away, thanks to the medical efforts of Central Military Hospital doctors in Kyiv. But still, the scars are a constant reminder. I can't stop wondering what would cause 8 stone-cold, highly trained, professional soldiers to suddenly start killing each other in the middle of a firefight that they were clearly winning. Now, after reading this first email from Cap, I replied and pressed him to offer any speculations he might have about what might have happened. He responded with the following. I understand that such an ending for the story is confusing. It surely is. And it remains so for us until present day. There is no rational explanation for it. At least I'm not able to find one. Myself, the survivors of my platoon, as well as our brigade's high command, did our best to figure out what happened. Investigating the site, we didn't find any footprints, gun shells, etc., except those of the SRG men. They were on their own. No one interfered with them. We did recover a mil-spec handheld device from their dead commander. It contained an ambush plan, including the backup routes and extraction or withdrawal plans. But they were winning. They were in control of the situation. Our backup was miles away, and they had at least 10 to 15 minutes to wipe us out and to vanish into thin air. They didn't face even a minor threat of being captured. They didn't have an ammo shortage. I mean, with the amount of ammo we found on them, they could have kept us busy all day. And they had 2 extra bumblebees that were unused. Based on equipment and weapon markings, we most likely faced a reconnaissance platoon of the Pskov Airborne Division. They were pros. Russian airborne are well-trained, extremely well-equipped, and cold-blooded. Russian troops are trained for partisan and guerrilla tactics, hit-and-run ambushes, and in desperate cases, they are known to perform suicide. But common practice for them in such cases is to use hand grenades to do so, not to shoot each other with AKs, and for sure not to do so in a 100% win situation. The only rational explanation might be that they received a direct order from high command to do so, but it's hard to believe that Russian commanding officers are maniacal psychopaths, putting their highly trained men to waste for no reason in a winning situation. Nothing kept those 8 soldiers from withdrawing from the area. Nothing kept them from killing us long before our backup arrived. Instead, they did what they did. Our high command also considered the possibility of something pertaining to some kind of psychological warfare against us, demonstration of some sort. But this explanation didn't amount to anything either, as no one figured out what exactly they could possibly be trying to demonstrate. My men later called it a hand of God, or a deed of our guardian angel. Some of them became true believers after that. Not me. I'm still doing my best to remain rational. The whole site of the SRG position looked like a bloodbath. They were shooting each other in full auto. Who does that to his own men? The only conclusion I came up with after these years is that all 8 SRG soldiers were mentally triggered, all at the same time. They just snapped. Some sort of mental program, you know? But why in a winning situation? I don't know. I know this is all crazy. And today, yet again, Ukraine might face even crazier stuff. We currently have about 150,000 Russian troops concentrated along our borders, so the war may go full scale in weeks or even days. Your officials, including State Secretary Blinken, are regular guests here in Ukraine these days, as well as British, American, and Canadian military advisors, helping us out to prepare our defenses. Ukrainian military forces are now better trained, better equipped, and ready. But still, I hope my men will never face full-scale combat against Russian regular army again.
Breaking news, Russian troops on the move in Ukraine with blasts heard in multiple cities.
The Russian military attacking from the south, the north, the east, taking out military
installations across Ukraine, but also reportedly hitting some civilian targets.
A missile slamming into an apartment building, killing at least 2
Russia
people.
has launched a military assault on Ukraine, hitting targets across
the country, and all men of fighting age and reservists.
Ordinary citizens arming themselves to defend their country from
Ukraine's
Russian
government says dozens of troops have already been killed since fighting began.
Reported to be on the streets of
Full-scale
Ukraine's
invasion of
second
Ukraine,
largest city.
the largest invasion of a neighboring country in Europe since World War II.
They're calling this the people. Gunshots to control crowds. Fighting for trains that struggle to carry the mass exodus.
This woman, though, with placards saying "One people, one fatherland," is all for the war.
I feel myself being ashamed for being Russian. We're all gonna burn in hell for that.
I hope Ukrainians will forgive us someday. I feel the shame that I'm a citizen of Russian Federation.
And it appears to deliberately strike a car driven by an elderly civilian.
Along Europe's eastern flank, the latest deployment of American soldiers are among a number growing fast here in Latvia to defend the NATO alliance.
Children are waiting out in hospitals and other facilities they hope won't be targeted. Some heartbreaking images.
Ukrainian troops fight running street battles with Russian forces, fending off. They pick through what's left of a destroyed Russian convoy stopped dead in
As
its
the Ukrainians appear to be trying to take down a Russian
будут наступать войска.
President Zelensky has been extremely active. I don't need a ride, I need ammunition, he said. He continued, I am here, we're not putting down arms, and this is our land, our country, our children, and we will defend
At first, we were scared, really scared. But now we are ready to fight. And fight like hell.
Citizens standing up. A group of unarmed men blocking the way of tanks, shouting, "Nobody wants war, go
I'm
home."
here in order to protect my family, my country, and my region.
Told us he supports President Putin. Many, many others told us they do not, including one woman who said, "Do you know people in Ukraine?"
Yep, I'm actually in love with one.
Vladimir Putin is
For centuries, the southern regions of the United States have been plagued by stories of strange beings, which travel under the cover of darkness, attacking anyone they encounter without fear or remorse. What is it that lurks in the shadows, waiting for lone victims? This week, we explore the scourge of the Skinwalker. Some of the most colourful cryptids to be found in American culture originate from tales passed down through generations by the country's Native American tribes. From Sasquatches that dwell within the mountains and forests of the Pacific Northwest, to the dogmen which traverse the highways and byways of rural Michigan, it seems that the same monsters who stalk the campfires of the Sioux and Apache settlements may still walk freely amongst us. The origins of each of these entities usually feature no small degree of mysticism and tragedy, often involving conflicted human characters who are transformed into monsters, either as a result of villainous witchcraft or involvement in rituals which they voluntarily subjected themselves to. And whilst many are malevolent or murderous in nature, few are as unsettling as the tales told about the Skinwalker. This particularly dangerous and deceitful creature was first spoken of by the Navajo people, who christened it the Nold Lushi, which translates as, "he who walks on all fours." The term described a witch or sinister individual who had chosen to relinquish all of their humanity by participating in a secretive ceremony. This involved the invocation of certain charms and chants, and culminated in the willful murder of a loved one. After consuming the flesh of their victim, the killer in turn lost all vestiges of kindness and reason, transitioning into an unfeeling and relentless monster, intent only on the commission of further acts of murder and cannibalism. This unholy process also granted them the power not only to control the actions of other predatory creatures, but also to transform into them at will. Regardless of whether they had remained in their own decaying form, or had chosen to take the shape of an animal such as a wolf or coyote, the Skinwalker possessed the ability to take control of those it encountered by entering via their gaze, discarding their own body in the process, and inhabiting that of the unfortunate victim. Skinwalkers were described as supernaturally fast and powerful, able to cover great distance in a short amount of time, and easily outrun a human being. When not hunting live prey across the countryside, these vile entities would seek out recently dug graves. They would unearth fresh corpses, grinding the bones down into a powder, which would later be used to poison and incapacitate future victims. It was said to be relatively easy to distinguish skinwalkers from other predators, because although they were able to mimic the physical form of their chosen animal, they still moved in much the same way as when they were a human being. Their pelt was said to hang loosely off their skeletal frame, as if wearing an outer garment. Their eyes also gave off an unnatural glow that could be seen approaching through the darkness. Much like the vampires of European culture, a skinwalker could not enter a residence unless it had been invited. Instead, they would scour the transport routes and highways that connected human settlements, picking off small groups of travelers before retreating to their chosen hiding place. The only way to truly kill these beasts was to uncover it and put the immense beast's true human name, which would cause it to die within 3 days. If recent stories are to be believed, the Skinwalker has successfully endured the trials and tribulations that its human ancestors had to endure, and continues to pose a very real threat to America's modern-day inhabitants. US Route 491 carves its way down through the states of Utah and Colorado, finally turning. Originally christened as US Route 666 when it was completed in the mid-1920s, it came to earn the unfortunate nickname of the Devil's Highway. Following the persistent theft of its iconic road signs and a series of fatal traffic accidents, it was eventually renamed to its current and decidedly less dramatic reference number. A stretch of this iconic highway, which forms a border of the nearby Navajo reservation and connects the city of Gallup to the nearby town of Shiprock, has been the scene of a number of inexplicable and supernatural occurrences. One summer evening during the mid-1990s, a pair of highway patrolmen were dispatched to conduct a search of the area, following a report that a motorist had been attacked. As the two officers drove slowly along the carriageway, illuminating the surrounding terrain with a searchlight mounted on the roof of their cruiser, they received an update that a truck driver had felt tired whilst travelling along the highway earlier that evening and had pulled over to get some sleep. He had subsequently awoken a short time later to the sounds of scratching coming from the base of the driver's side door. As the trucker had lowered his window and leaned out of the cab to see what was making the noise, a shape had lunged up out of the shadows beneath him. The terrified driver caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a dark figure wearing some kind of Halloween mask, before he had panicked and driven away at high speed. Contacting the police switchboard in the aftermath of the incident, the witness described how he had looked in his wing mirror as he had been driving away to see the figure running along behind the truck in pursuit, illuminated by the red glow of his tail lights. When he had finally reached the nearest town and pulled over, he had then discovered deep scratches and indentations, freshly carved into the metal of the cab door. At the conclusion of the radio transmission, the two officers had scoffed at the story and were just about to terminate their search when their patrol car was suddenly rocked by something violently impacting off the passenger side door. As the driver instinctively stamped down on the accelerator, the officer beside him turned to see a horrifying face leering in at him through the window, its red glowing eyes staring intently at him. As the police vehicle accelerated away, the face at the window remained, making him believe its body was clinging to the side of the car. But then the nightmarish features began to fall away, and the officer realised that the creature was in fact running alongside the fleeing vehicle, at a speed that should have been impossible to achieve. Later on, back at their parade station, the two officers agreed that their attacker had resembled an old lady, possessing a body that was emaciated and skeletal in appearance. Its skin had been dark, as if covered in an animal pelt, and yet it had possessed a face that was pale and hairless, in stark and haunting contrast. It was an encounter that would cause both officers to avoid travelling along that particular stretch of road in the future, wherever possible. During the summer of 2004, a mechanic by the name of Stephen Ferguson had a chilling encounter whilst working on the Dillon Reservoir in Colorado. On the 13th of July, Ferguson found himself working late into the evening after a busy day. The owner of the Frisco Marina had asked him to come and take a look at one of his boats, which had been cutting out intermittently. It was almost 10 p.m. by the time he arrived on site, and whilst the marina itself was closed, the owner had left the keys to the boat in a key safe by the main reception. He found the vessel in question sitting towards the end of the main jetty, and keen to finish his last job of the day and get home, he set to work straight away. Within about 10 minutes, he had diagnosed the fault and was commencing the repair, when he suddenly spotted someone standing on the jetty to his left. He could not see who it was, as the light he was working by was far too bright. All he could see was a silhouette cast against the dark blue of the night sky. He assumed it was the owner of the boat, coming to check that the repair was being carried out, so he called out his name. "Mr. Bennings, is it?" The silhouette did not respond, and remained completely motionless. Feeling slightly unnerved, Ferguson spoke again. "Listen, whoever you are, you're not supposed to be down here. This is private property." Again there was no response, but after a brief pause, the figure suddenly took a step forward, and the mechanic could see several features illuminated in the ambience of his worklight. It had extremely long arms, at the ends of which were grotesquely large hands and long spindly fingers. The skin of the face was creased and all folded up, almost like the figure was wearing somebody else's face over its own. Its clothes were all mismatched and haphazard, as if sporting the garments of several different people. Its movements were jerky and unstable as it moved forward once more, this time stepping down onto the boat. Ferguson picked up the biggest wrench he had to hand and told the intruder to stay back, but it continued forwards until it was almost upon him. He swung with all his strength, knocking the figure off balance before rushing forwards and pushing it over the side of the vessel. Whatever it was disappeared with a splash, whilst the mechanic jumped up onto the jetty and ran back to his truck, leaving his tools behind. When he went back to collect them early the next morning, he found his toolbox sitting exactly where he had left it. Nothing had been taken from it, but the baseball cap he had been wearing, which had come off his head at some point during the commotion, was gone. Another location which has gradually become enshrined in the legend of the Skinwalker is the city of Flagstaff in Arizona. Situated on the borders of the Grand Canyon National Park, it is only a 3-hour drive from the territory of the Navajo Nation, and has been the scene of multiple sightings of alleged Skinwalker activity. During one of their incursions, the police were called to an isolated rural farmstead, following a report that intruders had attempted to gain entry. Upon speaking to the homeowners, it transpired that their daughter had been awoken earlier that evening by a strange noise coming from outside. Peering out of her bedroom window into the darkness, she had noticed what appeared to be 3 exceptionally large wolves, congregating at a point just outside the perimeter of the property's wooden fence line. The 3 animals were far larger than any wolf she had seen before, and all appeared to be in a poor condition, being very thin in appearance, with their coats sagging loosely underneath them. As she watched, one of the animals reared up on its hind legs and tentatively pawed at the fencing, producing the strange sound which had disturbed her. After a few seconds, it dropped back down onto all fours, before suddenly rearing up again and managing to stand independently. Her eyes now wide with horror, the girl looked on as the 2 accompanying animals proceeded to do the same, until all 3 were standing bolt upright, seeming to regard the barrier in front of them. They then moved forward, their forepaws reaching out like human arms, taking hold of the wooden fencing. With a sickening feeling rising inside her, she realized that they were attempting to climb up and over the fence. It soon became clear that none of the tall figures could gain an effective handhold, and their attempt ceased. But rather than moving away from the fence, the 3 wolves suddenly moved closer to one another. It was at that point that the girl became aware of a new commotion coming from the animals, the sound of men chanting in chorus. Utterly terrified by the 3 unnatural figures which were now staring back at her, speaking together in an unknown language, the teenager cried out for her parents. As her father ran out onto the front porch with his rifle, he caught sight of 3 large black shapes bolting away into the tree line before he managed to get off a shot. A search of the perimeter fencing uncovered nothing unusual, and the attending officers were soon on their way again, but the incident had left a lasting impression on the farm's inhabitants. Several days later, at the insistence of the girl's father, an elder from the Navajo reservation came to inspect the fencing. In hushed terms, she explained that the family had been visited by 3 evil spirits, and that they had been lucky to survive the encounter. Both Flagstaff and the legend of the Skinwalker would achieve national notoriety in June of 1987, when a hospital worker named Sarah Saganitso was found murdered on the grounds of the local medical center. She had been stabbed repeatedly, and her attacker had apparently bitten away at her torso and face, leaving it extremely difficult to identify her remains. Following inquiries by the local police department, a college professor by the name of George Abney was arrested and charged with the murder, and it was the mitigation offered at court by his defense attorneys that elevated the case to a national level. Abney had been compelled to commit the murder by strange voices, which had spoken to him whilst he was asleep, and had told him to consume the victim's flesh after the deed had been done. The presence of a broken wood stave near to the body, and soil which had apparently been removed from a nearby graveyard were evidence of black magic, according to the defense. Abney was duly convicted of the crime, but then released a year later when an appeal that he had lodged was upheld. In a curious twist of fate, members of Saganitso's family had petitioned the judge for his release, claiming they did not believe Abney was the true killer, and that he had been acting under something else's control. Historians and commentators on Native American culture are quick to point out that the majority of historical encounters with paranormal entities stem from the fact that warriors would often go to war adorned with the pelts of animals fastened to their clothing. In the heat of battle, witnesses would mistake their enemies as oversized beasts, who moved unnaturally compared to regular members of their species. Similarly, tales of these individuals possessing supernatural speed and endurance are attributed to memories of the survivors being affected by the trauma of having been relentlessly hunted and pursued by their attackers. It is intriguing, though, that the Skinwalker shares a large number of characteristics with similar entities found in other cultures all around the world. The concept of a human becoming cursed by consuming the flesh of another is similar to tales of the Wendigo. The idea that they cannot enter a premises without permission is also found in the folklore of vampires from Eastern Europe. And the idea that if they are wounded in their animal form, the injury remains upon their human body is identical to the description of the Aswang found in the Philippines. Are the similarities in these stories from across the globe proof that there is another sinister species that shares this world with humanity, one which has always existed alongside human beings, dwelling within the shadows but following on as mankind migrated to new lands, settling near to their communities? Or is there perhaps something much deeper and psychologically rooted taking place, hardwired into the human psyche, which generates the concept of a creature that is truly horrifying and apparently unstoppable, a monster that possesses powers and characteristics that defy belief? In time, it is possible that America's southern states may yet yield some clues relating to the origins and existence of the Skinwalker. Until then, our only advice is to avoid venturing out into the night if you can at all help it. And if you do find yourself driving along a dark highway in the small hours, whatever you do, don't stop.
鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝，鲜活小桑面淘宝。Я даю тебе слово, что домой не водила никого, пока тебя не даю слово, что домой не водила никого. Я даю тебе слово, что домой не водила никого, пока тебя не даю слово, что домой не водила никого. Не того красавчика с рисунками на теле без души, ну и не того надежного состоявшегося мужчину, и не того загнатого колесами, вопросами торчка, не того румяного самонадеянного мальчика. Я даю тебе...
Tired of getting turbocharged? Switch from TurboTax to H&R Block and pay less.
мужчина к девичьим слезам не касса, предъявы игнорит, называет больной, потому что меня для человеческой расы недостаточно считает проблемой глобальной. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, чтобы думал обо мне скользь, белым мелом спалюсь, синим телом найду аргумент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент. Мой мужчина меня подводит, в кино не водит, все время ловит бандит. Мой мужчина дома не ночует, в притонах бичует, температуру в семье не чует. Мой мужчина не полагает, что я проблемна, заслуживаю внимательного всестороннего изучения. Это вдохновляет для моего мужчины стать проблема, стать объект ловли и разоблачения. Мой мужчина служит гражданам, а я к пацанам с чемоданом жду тебя там. Соскучки хочу на ручки, хочу на ручники. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, чтобы думал обо мне скажешь, белым мелом спалюсь, синим телом найду аргумент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, синий мой принц, мой принц, мент, чтобы думал обо мне, скользь белым мелом, спалю синим телом, найду аргумент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, синий мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, чтобы думал обо мне, скользь белым мелом, спалю синим телом, найду аргумент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент. Мужчина к девичьим слезам не касса, предъявы игнорит, называет больной, потому что меня для человеческой расы недостаточно считает проблемой глобальной. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц, в синем мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент, чтобы думал обо мне скользь, белым мелом спалюсь, синим телом найду аргумент, мой принц, мент, мой принц, мент. найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синий мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Что бы думал обо мне, скажешь белым мелом, спалю синим телом, найду аргумент, найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Мужчина 9, чем слезам не касса. Предъявы игнорит, называет больной, потому что меня для человеческой расы недостаточно считает проблемой глобальной. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, мент, мой принц мент. Что бы думал обо мне, скажешь белым мелом, спалюсь синим телом, найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Мой мужчина меня подводит, в кино не водит, все время ловит бандит. Мой мужчина дома не ночует, в притонах бичует, температуру в семье не чует. Мой мужчина не полагает, что я проблема, заслуживаю внимательного всестороннего изучения. Это вдохновляет для моего мужчины стать проблема, стать объект ловли и разоблачения. Мой мужчина служит гражданам, а я к пацанам с чемоданом. Жду тебя там, соскучки. Хочу на ручки, хочу на ручники. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, принц. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, мент, мой принц мент. Что бы думал обо мне, скажешь белым мелом, спалюсь синим телом, найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, принц. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, принц. На белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синий мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Что бы думал обо мне, скажешь белым мелом, спалю синим телом, найду аргумент, найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синий мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Что бы думал обо мне, скажешь белым мелом, спалю синим телом, найду аргумент, найду аргумент, найду аргумент. Мой принц мент, мой принц мент, мой принц мент. Мужчина 9, чем слезам не касса. Предъявы игнорит, называет больной, потому что меня для человеческой расы недостаточно считает проблемой глобальной. Принц на белом мой принц, на белом мой принц. Синим мой принц, мент,
What makes a tradition? It's doing things the right way, with honor, respect, and just a bit of pride, time and again. That's how we make the Quiet Man, a traditional Irish whiskey with an ultra-smooth flavor, made to uphold the great traditions in your life. Do the honors and share it with those closest to you. Find it near you at thequietmanirishwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly. Imported by Lexico Inc., St. Louis, Missouri. 40% alcohol by volume.
Sigue disfrutando más las decisiones de Kenia Oz solo aquí en Spotify.
Las malas decisiones y las que vamos a tomar. Lo que pasa entre nosotros, ninguno lo va a hablar.
My husband's gambling problem had taken over. He was almost unrecognizable to me and our son. Something had to change. I looked for support and found a counselor. My husband also got help. Piece by piece, we're coming back together as a family. If you or a loved one is being negatively impacted by gambling, find free or low-cost resources at projectworthnv.org.
Paid for by the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services with state funds allocated to problem gambling services.
Just a dream. Do you think she could have loved me?
To all the ladies in the place. 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 To all the ladies in the place.
It's pink drink season at Starbucks. With its bold, refreshing fruit flavors and creamy coconut milk, it'll leave you saying, ah. Sip into spring and order ahead on the Starbucks app.
Most mobile plans sound like the same song on repeat. Well, get ready for something different. We're Cox Mobile, a mobile company with plans that fit you based on the data you need. And we run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Visit cox.com/mobile to learn more. 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. when age 2022. Results may vary. Not an endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Postpaid Cox internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
So many options for toilet paper. Quintuple ply? This roll is titanium enforced. This one is made from elderly trees. Is that good?
Just grab Angel Soft. It's simple, soft, and strong, and for any budget.
Angel Soft. Soft and strong. Simple.
This is your invitation to begin where the road ends. Your ticket to the intersection of capability and design in an SUV that's ready to take on the off-road. A feeling this powerful is invite only. Fortunately, you're invited. For a limited time, experience the capability of the complete line of SUVs at the Invitation to Lexus sales event, now through April 3rd. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Off-roading is inherently dangerous. Abusive use may result in personal injury or vehicle damage.
Tired of getting turbocharged? Switch from TurboTax to H&R Block and pay less. It's easy. Simply upload last year's return to transfer up to 80 fields of your info instantly. That means in less time than it takes to pick a playlist, you've joined the millions making the switch to H&R Block. And now that nothing's standing between you and your biggest refund possible, tax season can finally be one worth celebrating. Click or tap to get started. Comparison based on regular price for standard pay DIY products on TurboTax.com as of December 1st, 2022. TurboTax is a registered trademark of Intuit Incorporated.
Critics are raving. If Yellowstone and The Bachelor had a baby, it would be Farmer Wants a Wife.
Who is ready to fall for a farmer?
Tonight, the world's biggest dating show comes to Fox as 4 handsome farmers
Wow, he's really sexy.
welcome big city women to their farms
I'm tired of the city life. Here we go, ladies.
for a chance
This is tough.
at real love in the heartland.
This girl is 10 pounds of trouble in a 5-pound sack.
The premiere of Farmer Wants a Wife, tonight on Fox and the next day on Hulu.
This is not a job. I don't have a manager telling me what to do or where to be. I don't have to punch in and out, and I can cash out up to 5 times a day. It gives me the time to build other things I have going on, like the business I hope to open one day. So yeah, driving with Uber isn't a job. It's a gig. And it's a great one. And you can make it whatever you want it to be. Start driving, start earning with Uber.
What if a mouse could change the world? If I could ride a runaway railway with Mickey and Minnie? What if there could be a huge party with all my Disneyland friends?
Come celebrate 100 years of Disney during a once-in-a-lifetime celebration at the Disneyland Resort. Both tickets and park reservations required. Visit Disneyland.com for important details.
Cheers from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of best dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor solar shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Too
This investigation is sponsored by Audible. Also, Mr. Mythos face reveal in 3, 2, 1. This is a question that stuck with me since I first heard it. Could an ancient advanced civilization live in secret within a network of cave systems deep underground? This concept is known as Inner Earth, and there's a surprising number of ancient stories and occult beliefs revolving around these hidden subterranean realms. Today we'll be diving into 3 truly bizarre Inner Earth conspiracy theories, which I've had countless requests to investigate. A secret society that harnessed a limitless energy source from an underground alien colony. A Nazi megabase hidden deep beneath Antarctica that still operates to this day. And a famous American explorer who flew into an Inner Earth entrance by accident and documented this world firsthand. Hey fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every Saturday. As usual, we won't set out to debunk or prove. Rather, we'll be looking at the available evidence for each theory, and at the end, whether or not you believe these conspiracies are true is up to you. But before we get into it, you guys are probably wondering, what's on my sweater? Here, let me show you. Those who don't read have no advantage over those who can't, and that's a quote from Mark Twain. I think it's important to read, but I have a secret. Most of the time I'm reading through my ears, using Audible, when I'm cooking, walking my cat, doing chores, all that. They've got thousands of audiobooks as well as original programs, and right now I'm listening to Secret Bases of the Inner Earth by Valiant Thor, a big inspiration for this video, by the way. It's filled with wild conspiracies. I mean, even the author is supposed to be an alien from Venus living in the Pentagon. Like, no joke, Valiant Thor is a pretty well-known name in the UFO community. I definitely recommend you give it a listen through Audible, and I've got a killer holiday deal for you all. Go to audible.com/MrMythos or text Mr. Mythos to 500 500 for 60% off your first 3 months. Alright, it's time for some Inner Earth conspiracies, and where better to begin than the infamous Vril Society. The Vril Society was a secret occult group that may have existed in Germany both before and during Hitler's Third Reich regime, and this alleged society supposedly had massive influence on the rise of Nazism, possibly even driving its entire ideology. Oddly enough, the beliefs and objectives of this Vril Society were supposedly based upon a novel written by Edward Bulwer Lytton, an author now most famous for the saying, "The pen is mightier than the sword," and the opening line, "It was a dark and stormy night." In 1870, he published The Coming Race, which was a science fiction novel that described an inner Earth civilization of angel-like superhumans known as the Vril Ya, and their limitless energy source, which was simply called Vril. This energy source was so powerful that their entire underground utopian society was built upon it. Vril could be materialized as a sort of liquid, and the Vril Ya could control Vril with their minds. For what sounds like classic science fiction, as the author Bulwer Lytton publicly claimed it was, many weren't so sure. In particular, the influential occultists Helena Blavatsky, William Scott Elliott, and Rudolf Steiner argued that the ideas were based upon truths and hidden knowledge revealed to Lytton. This was perhaps because Lytton was a high-ranking member of several major secret societies. This same belief was also supposedly shared by members of a highly secret occult sect known as the Vril Society, many of whom were part of Nazi high command. We'll get back to the Vril Society in a minute, but first let's talk about the concepts in Bulwer Lytton's novel, The Coming Race. The book begins by introducing the narrator, a young, wealthy, and anonymous man who visits a friend who is a mining engineer. Together they venture into a mine shaft and explore a natural chasm that had recently been exposed. Going in, the friend falls and dies, but the narrator survives. He eventually realizes that this is much more than a cave. He discovers that he had fallen into an ancient hidden world. After a while, he meets the people of Inner Earth, the Vril-Ya. These beings live in a classless utopia, having transcended war and politics. But the flip side is that, even though they've surpassed the problems of humanity, they've also lost the ability to feel empathy. And this is a big problem because the Vril-Ya are becoming overpopulated, and soon they'll need to emerge from their Inner Earth home to claim territory on the surface, using a weaponized version of their infinite power source, Vril. So, what exactly is Vril? In The Coming Race, Bulwer Lytton gives a strikingly long and complex description of this free energy source, comparing it to electricity blended with other forces of nature, such as magnetism. Unlike electricity, though, Vril is materialized as a liquid, and is through manipulation of this liquid that the Vril-Ya are able to communicate with the narrator. Just to comprehend the sheer power of Vril, the use of a single drop can dramatically influence the weather, as well as one's thoughts, feelings, and desires, the movement of our bodies, and even the growth of vegetation. And obviously, it can be used as a weapon too. Interestingly though, the power of Vril is apparently not equal between people, but primarily a hereditary trait, passed down by genetics. Lytton explains that a 4-year-old girl of the Vril-Ya could accomplish far greater feats the first time she tried than the strongest and most skilled Vril practitioner who was not naturally gifted. So, where did this hereditary power come from, and how did they end up living underground in the first place? Well, the Vril-Ya claimed to be descendants of an ancient civilization called Anna, who lived in a network of caverns linked by tunnels. The Anna were originally surface dwellers, but fled underground thousands of years ago to escape some massive cataclysm on the surface, presumably some great flood. Something to note is that all of Bulwer Lytton's descriptions of the Vril-Ya are lengthy and complex, and not so fantastical. He goes through great lengths to describe centuries of Vril-Ya history, governance, educational institutions, economic classes, laws, customs, and even their religion, which acknowledges the existence of a higher being. While most people might think this is great world building for a fantasy novel, these details seemingly matched a number of ancient and secret occult beliefs to such an extent that the world's most influential occultists began to believe that Lytton wasn't exactly writing fiction. To fully understand the conspiracy of the Vril-Ya and a real-life Vril society, we need to investigate Edward Bulwer Lytton a little more closely, and particularly his involvement in a secret society known as the Golden Dawn. So, in 1885, a group of influential members of British society formed the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn was limited to 144 members, including the President of the Royal Academy, Sir Gerald Kelly, the author of Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the Nobel Prize winner, William Butler Yeats, who served as chief magician. And one of the Golden Dawn's most prominent members was our friend, Edward Bulwer Lytton. Despite being comprised of great leaders and thinkers, the Golden Dawn held some peculiar beliefs. Most relevantly, the Golden Dawn's founder, Samuel Mathers, swore that he maintained contact with a group of superior beings. In a letter to Golden Dawn members, Mathers described these superhumans, and I quote, "As to the secret chiefs with whom I am in touch with, and from whom I have received the wisdom of the Second Order which I communicated to you, I can tell you nothing. I do not even know their earthly names, and I have very seldom seen them in their physical bodies. They used to meet me physically at a time and place established in advance. As for me, I believe they are human beings living on this earth, but endowed with terrible supernatural powers. My meetings with them have shown me how difficult it is for a mortal man however advanced, to be in their presence. I don't mean that during my rare encounters with them that I experienced the same feeling of intense physical depression that is accompanied by the loss of magnetism. On the contrary, I felt I was before a force so great that I can only compare it with the shock one would receive by being close to a flash of lightning during a great thunderstorm, and at the same time experiencing great difficulty in breathing. The nervous symptoms I spoke of were accompanied by the cold sweats, bleeding from the mouth, nose, and sometimes the ears." End quote. Note that Bulwer Lytton's description of the Vroya is rather similar to that given by Samuel Mathers, so we might assume that Lytton took inspiration directly from Mathers. However, Mathers released his statement in 1896, 25 years after the publication of The Coming Race. So, how does a Golden Dawn tie into the supposed formation of the Vril Society? Well, the Golden Dawn was known to maintain communication with multiple cult groups in other countries, especially Germany. More importantly, however, was one of their earliest members, Karl Haushofer, a professor at the University of Munich. For whatever reason, nobody really talks about Karl Haushofer today, but he may have had serious influence on Adolf Hitler. Some people even think Haushofer assisted in writing the Nazi manifesto, Mein Kampf. This theory comes from the fact that the two maintained contact from the early days, with Haushofer visiting Hitler while he was in prison in Munich in 1923. In fact, Haushofer was the mentor and teacher of the future Deputy Führer of the Third Reich, Rudolf Hess. If the Vril Society existed, it was likely founded by Karl Haushofer, and this is indeed the leading theory. Now, Nazi occult lore was no stranger to ideas of superpowered beings. In fact, according to Nazi mythology, the Aryan race descended from extraterrestrials who visited Earth thousands of years ago. These aliens supposedly formed a colony deep within inner Earth, which we'll get to in a bit. This, of course, goes in line with the story told in The Coming Race, which finally leads us to the Vril Society. The Vril Society is an alleged group of German nationalists who, with all seriousness, believe their ancestors to actually be the Vroya, and experimented with techniques to harness the limitless power of Vril. Widespread speculation of the existence of this Vril Society only really occurred after World War II ended, where both pro- and anti-Hitler writers theorized that the Vril Society engineered the rise of the Nazi Party. Vril energy supposedly powered secret Nazi technologies, and people theorized that Vril-powered UFOs allowed Hitler to escape to Antarctica, deep beneath the Earth, in a secret base where he then plotted his Vril-powered return. Though this might sound a bit supervillainy, there could be some truth to it, if you're willing to consider the possibilities. Returning back to Karl Haushofer, he supposedly founded this organization in 1919, first calling it the Brothers of the Light Society, until he changed the name. Their practice was largely based on the rites of Theosophy, Rosicrucianism, and Hermeticism, but with an added focus on the magical powers of the Vroya race, who they believed to have descended from. The Vril Society believed that whoever could control Vril would become master of themselves, as well as everyone around them, and possibly even dominate the entire world. They related Vril to other ancient occult energy concepts such as Qi, believing it to literally have the power to transform an ordinary mortal into a superhuman. Besides Karl Haushofer, another central member of the group was said to be Maria Orsic, a woman closely connected with the Thule Society, one of Nazi Germany's confirmed occult orders. Orsic's primary efforts were directed at uniting the Thule and Vril societies for an expedition to locate the Vril energy source deep within the Earth, and use it to build a disc-shaped craft, the first Nazi UFO. Indeed, the most prominent thought is that the Vril Society was tasked by the Nazis to build flying saucers to fight in World War II, and some believe that they accomplished this task, perhaps a bit late, and that these Vril-powered crafts carried key members of the Nazi Party to Antarctica, South America, Inner Earth, and even outer space as Germany was defeated. Let's step back for a moment though and take a closer look at Maria Orsic, because she is such a central figure of the mythology of the Vril Society, and a woman Hitler allegedly called his Aryan goddess. In fact, if she actually existed as legends dictate, her teachings may have been what Hitler used to justify the actions of the Third Reich. Maria Orsic was first mentioned in the seminal 1960 work, The Morning of the Magicians, which recorded that she was born on October 31st, 1895 in Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. In her teenage years, she discovered that she had certain powers. She began to be contacted by beings seemingly from other dimensions, other planets, and yes, even beneath the surface of the Earth, and she used this ability to become a powerful psychic medium. As a young woman, Orsic followed the German national movement and eventually moved to Munich with her fiancé. It was there that her fame grew, and eventually she was contacted by the Thule Society, who employed her as a medium. In 1924, during a fairly standard seance in which she tried to connect with the spirit of the dead German poet and politician Dietrich Eckart, her body became possessed by something else, and she transmitted a message that shocked the entire room. Orsic's possessor revealed that in the constellation Taurus, there was a bright star named Aldebaran, which made up the left eye of Taurus the bull. Circling this star was a planet named Bumi, apparently inhabited by the progenitors of the original Aryan race. These ultra-advanced aliens were said to be tall, white-skinned, with blue eyes and blonde hair. Some 11,000 years ago, the Bumi civilization stumbled upon a wormhole, a rift in space that allowed them to travel to our own solar system. After this, Bumi travelers presumably landed on Earth and established a secret colony in a massive, deep cavern somewhere beneath Antarctica. Now, the females of Bumi had an interesting tradition. These alien women would grow their hair extremely long because their hair literally acted as an antenna, transmitting telecommunications directly from and into their brain. This allowed the Bumi colonists to maintain communication with their home world, as well as transmit messages to powerful mediums such as Maria Orsic herself. At the end of their message, these aliens supposedly passed along detailed schematics to Orsic for the construction of a spaceship capable of interdimensional jumps, powered of course by Vril. Those who witnessed the possession of Orsic were absolutely convinced of its authenticity, including Rudolf Hess, the future right hand of Hitler. These blueprints she provided led to the gradual construction of what was codenamed the Munich device, the first Nazi spaceship, which was believed to be completed in 1943. Okay, so what does all this have to do with the Vril Society? Well, this is where conspiracy theories get rather confusing, because not only is it not clear who established the Vril Society in the first place, but also what exactly it was. I'll tell you right off the bat, if it existed, the objective of the Vril Society was to locate Vril in the center of the Earth, so that it could evolve those who mastered it, as well as harness it as a free energy source. This much is consistent. We already explored the idea of Karl Haushofer founding this society as essentially an offshoot of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But many others believe that it was actually Maria Orsic who founded the Vril Society as a special inner circle of the Thule Society. This theory tells that Orsic was a strong feminist and wanted to demonstrate the innate power of Aryan women, similar to the story of the Bumi females whose role was so vital to the Bumi colony here on Earth. With several of her female friends, they founded the Vril Society, a group of all women who grew extremely long hair and tied them into horsetails, which was an uncommon hairstyle at the time and became a distinctive characteristic of women who had forged a connection with Vril energy. However, the fate of Maria Orsic changed forever when Adolf Hitler entered the picture. Not only did he accept her stories of the Bhumi people as fact, believing them to be progenitors of the Aryan race, but he wanted Orsic to use her long hair to continually communicate with the Bhumi aliens and extract more blueprints for advanced technology and weaponry. Maria Orsic was apparently frightened by Hitler's extremism, but for her own safety, she cooperated. However, in 1945, when it was clear that the Third Reich would fail, Orsic disappeared and was never heard from again. There are theories that Orsic and her Vril associates secretly boarded their ship, the Munich device, and left Earth for the Aldebaran solar system, or that she traveled into inner Earth, where the Bhumi colony apparently still existed beneath Antarctica. But the real conspiracy that most theorists are concerned with isn't the fate of Maria Orsic, but the cover-up of her historical existence, and that of the Vril Society's accomplishments. If the Vril Society existed, just as this long string of stories, legends, and Nazi mythology tell, perhaps Vril free energy could still be in the possession of the nations that came out on top of World War II. Regardless, there is some indication that this rumored group actually did exist. And ironically, some of the strongest evidence comes from the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. In an article written by the German rocket scientist William Ley in 1947, just 2 years after Germany's surrender. Here's what Ley wrote. That group, which I think called itself Wahrheitsgesellschaft, or the Society for Truth, and which was more or less localized in Berlin, devoted its spare time looking for Vril. Yes, their convictions were founded upon Bulwer-Lytton's The Coming Race. They knew that the book was fiction, but believed Bulwer-Lytton had used that device in order to be able to tell the truth about this power. End quote. That being said, the strongest proof, in my opinion, was the discovery of a pamphlet by the German author Peter Bonn. This pamphlet is dated to 1930 and was published by the influential astrologer Otto Wilhelm Barth. It was titled Vril, the Cosmic Elementary Power. That's an English translation, of course. The entire document is in German. In its 60 pages, it only has one short mention of this obscure esoteric group, stating that the Vril Society was founded in 1925 to study the uses of Vril energy. Therefore, this pamphlet pretty much confirms that some Vril Society did exist in Germany and predated Hitler's regime. That leads us to our next question. Just how much influence did the real Vril Society have on Adolf Hitler? It's somewhat well known that much of Hitler's Third Reich was inspired by occult lore, with Inner Earth being a particular interest. Hitler ordered teams of geographers and scientists to find tunnel entrances that led into Inner Earth, and countless German, Swiss, and Italian mines were charted for shafts leading to hidden cavern cities, much like the story told in The Coming Race. In fact, Hitler was quite a fan of the book. He even ordered one of his trusted men to investigate the author Edward Bulwer-Lytton's life in an attempt to figure out where and when Lytton had visited the realm of the Vril Ya. Beyond that, there were also several parallels between Hitler's politics and that of the Vril Ya. For example, in The Coming Race, the Vril Ya considered democracy and free institutions to be an ignorant and backwards approach to governance, and put emphasis on what was essentially dictatorship. In turn, Hitler argued that dictatorship was the only intelligent way to rule a modern nation. In another example, the Vril Ya used children for observation at watch posts, and Hitler was known for using boys and girls as the eyes and ears of the Nazi Party. These children would turn over their parents and relatives to the authorities if they spoke against the regime. Like the Vril Ya, Hitler believed that children could be ruthless when manipulated. So, was Hitler a member of the Vril Society? It's possible, and if this conspiracy theory is true, then maybe others are worth considering as well. Some people say that the first successful Vril-powered flying craft was Maria Orsic's Munich device, which eventually led to the creation of an experimental military vehicle known as Die Glocke, or the Bell, which was believed to have been built in 1944 in a huge underground laboratory inside the Wenceslas mine in the Sudeten Mountains of Poland. But perhaps no Vril-powered theory is more prominent than the Vril Society's alleged escape to a secret underground base in Antarctica when Germany surrendered. And with them, they supposedly brought many high-ranking Nazi officials and their very best scientists. Perhaps even Hitler himself escaped with them. After all, one of the scant few pieces of evidence we have that Hitler died in 1945 is a skull fragment found at the scene, which in 2009 was DNA tested to have actually belonged to a woman. To set the scene, imagine this. Berlin has crumbled by the weight of hundreds of bombs, and the Allied forces are making their final move. Underground in his bunker, Adolf Hitler finally admits defeat in his quest for Nazi world domination, but he'll never allow himself to be captured alive. There's only one option left, one that Hitler had long planned for. Together with his closest comrades, the Fuhrer travels through a deep tunnel and emerges at a hidden airstrip with a Vril-powered craft waiting for them. They board this flying saucer and take off, headed toward the South Pole where they'd established an underground base. There the Nazis would become a breakaway civilization, connected to the same tunnels inhabited by the Boomy alien colony, or possibly even the civilization of the Vril-Ya. Now, we should ask, how realistic is it that Hitler may have considered Inner Earth as an escape plan? As a man who boasted that the Third Reich would endure for 1,000 years and surpass the splendor of all other nations in history, you'd think he would have invested in a solid backup plan so that his utopian vision could survive in the event that not all went according to plan during war. And perhaps he did. Allow me to introduce the conspiracy theory that the Third Reich survived as an Inner Earth breakaway society beneath Antarctica. And there are some pretty weird events connected to this one, so buckle up. To begin, it's clear that some top-ranking Nazis believed in the existence of Inner Earth, and being that supreme beings apparently chose to live down there, perhaps the Nazi survivors could thrive there too. On August 10th, 1944, a secret meeting of top German industrialists, bankers, and politicians was held. At this point, it had become obvious that Germany was going to lose the war, so this meeting put an operation codenamed Odessa into motion. The purpose of Odessa was to establish a network of escape routes and ensure a secure future for the Nazis. This was a 100% real operation, by the way. There's no conspiracy here. Odessa allowed countless high-ranking officials to essentially disappear from the face of the earth, and at the end of World War II, only a handful of these high-rankers stood trial. More than that, after the war, the Allies discovered that more than 2,000 German scientists had gone missing. As a very highly funded covert operation, Odessa remains mysterious as to just how far they went to make these people completely vanish. Thus, many claim that Odessa could have built a secret underground Nazi base beneath the South Pole, where Hitler and other missing Nazis could have escaped. And theoretically, this breakaway society could still be there today. Note that Antarctica was definitely an ideal location, as it was one of the few areas in the oceans without a strong Allied military presence. That being said, here is a leading theory as to how the Nazis came to settle in the South Pole. In 1938, the Nazis sent an expedition to the Queen Maud Land region of Antarctica, and while they were mapping the area, they discovered a massive complex of caves. After exploring their way deep underground, they eventually reached a cavern large enough to host an entire city, and they decided that this location, above all others, was perfect to set up a secret base. Now, it's thought that as they established themselves here, they sent expedition teams deeper through this cave system, so Presumably, they could have made contact with the Boomy aliens who also reside beneath Antarctica, or discovered some of their technology. Or perhaps the Nazis were alone, but with their best engineers, they invented many advanced weapons and vehicles in the space. Though it may sound like a real stretch, again, there are some very odd details that have led to the formation of this conspiracy theory. First off, it's a fact that the Nazis set up many secret bases in highly remote locations, and some of these are only recently being found. As an example, in 2016, Russian researchers discovered a Nazi base, codenamed Treasure Hunter, in the Arctic. So it's entirely possible that they could have set up a secret base in the Antarctic too. On top of this, the Nazis actually did send an expedition to Antarctica in 1938, in a vessel named Schwabenland, just a few months before World War II broke out. There they explored the western region of Queen Maud Land, so this actually did happen. Even more, the world was puzzled when Nazi Germany agreed to the Antarctic Treaty, which made Antarctica a research zone and stated that it could not be targeted by bombs or missiles. For a long time, political historians have wondered why the Nazis signed this treaty. According to the conspiracy, it was to deter other nations from testing nuclear weapons in Antarctica and accidentally vaporizing their secret base. Then there are the alleged statements made by the German admiral, Karl Dönitz, who briefly succeeded Hitler after Germany's surrender. I couldn't locate any original sources for these statements, so please take them with a grain of salt. In 1943, Dönitz apparently stated that, quote, "The German submarine fleet is proud of having built for the Fuhrer in another part of the world a Shangri-La on land, an impregnable fortress," end quote. And during his trial in 1946, Dönitz supposedly boasted about an, quote, "invulnerable fortress, a paradise-like oasis in the middle of eternal ice," end quote. Finally, there is the mystery of the two U-boats, U-530 and U-977, which arrived at Mar del Plata in Argentina, just 2 months after Germany's surrender in 1945. The two crews were interrogated upon their arrival, and allegedly they disclosed that the Germans had built massive subterranean complexes beneath Antarctica. More than that, these U-boats were the ones used to drop off Hitler and other Nazi officials at the South Pole to secure their safety. Looking at the timeline of 2 months, these U-boats could have believably traveled from Germany to Antarctica, and then to Argentina in that time. Now, let me ask you, if you were the Allied forces and you heard from credible sources that there was a surviving Nazi base in Antarctica, would you launch efforts to find and destroy it? Well, that's apparently what happened, possibly even twice. We'll begin with the Americans and Operation High Jump, which launched in 1946, less than a year after the two U-boats were captured in Argentina. Operation High Jump was the largest expedition ever made to Antarctica, with over 4,700 men, 33 aircraft, and 13 ships. Most importantly, however, High Jump was not a scientific expedition, but a military operation. It was organized by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a very important person who we'll get into much deeper in the third and final theory. So, what was the purpose of Operation High Jump? Well, officially it was to establish an Antarctic research base. That then raises a question. Why were so many military vehicles and weapons necessary? Moreover, Operation High Jump was supposed to last 8 months, but the expedition was terminated a month early for reasons that would never officially be disclosed to the public. These mysteries lead into some pretty strange theories as to what actually occurred during High Jump. If we're to continue with the Nazi base theory, allegedly Admiral Byrd's aerial reconnaissance located the German base and bombed it to oblivion. But in another version of the tale, 4 of Admiral Byrd's aircraft were shot down by UFOs, or advanced Nazi weapons. Less than 48 hours after, Admiral Byrd gave orders to cancel the expedition and withdraw. This event was apparently recorded in a European periodical known as Bressant. But what if High Jump wasn't the first attack launched on this Inner Earth Nazi base? Far more secretive and obscure than Operation High Jump was the earlier British wartime Antarctic operation, codenamed Tabarin. Operation Tabarin was executed by the Royal Navy and the Special Air Services Regiment. Even to this day, little is known about this regiment, the Special Air Services, as most documentation on them and their activities remains confidential. Operation Tabarin lasted between 1943 and 1945, and its purpose was to establish a permanent presence in Antarctica, Argentina, and Chile to monitor Nazi activity. And in Antarctica, the British successfully established multiple secret bases throughout the continent. Here's where the details get murky though. Though it's true that most documentation on Operation Tabarin remains secret, alleged former members of the Special Air Services Regiment have come out to reveal details of a battle that occurred in 1945 when the Nazis discovered one of these secret British bases. This siege apparently lasted multiple months until the Special Air Services arrived and rescued it around Christmas. After this occurred, the British scoured the land and discovered the secret subterranean megabase of the Nazis and launched a counterattack. To add to this is a mind-boggling statement given in 2005 by the alleged last survivor of the siege, which I'll be paraphrasing. Quote, "The base was in a vast underground cavern that was warmed geothermally. In the huge cavern were underground lakes. The Nazis had constructed a huge base into the caverns and had even built docks for U-boats. Hangars for strange planes and excavations galore had been documented. The power that the Nazis were utilizing was by volcanic activity, which gave them heat for steam and also helped them produce electricity. We were overwhelmed by the numbers of personnel scurrying about like ants. Huge constructions were being built. The Nazis, it appeared, had been on Antarctica a long time." This statement was given to James Roberts, a civil servant of the UK's Ministry of Defence, who then released it to the public, keeping the survivor's identity anonymous. This description of the Nazis' Inner Earth base is interesting as it talks about a reliance on volcanic activity, which is actually not too far from the idea of Vril. Vril is supposedly a liquid and a near-infinite energy source that comes from the center of the Earth. That pretty much sounds like the massive molten lava pockets we find deep underground. But could the Nazis have harnessed the power of the Earth's core in this way? Who knows? German engineers have a long-standing reputation for their scientific leaps and insane experiments, especially those that occurred during World War II. And it's thought that the Nazis could have continued refining these technologies if and when they relocated beneath Antarctica, bringing with them legendary Wunderwaffe, which is a German word translating to wonder weapons. The Wunderwaffe are a theoretical set of secret Nazi technologies, such as directed energy weapons, as well as the Die Glocke, the bizarre bell-shaped device I mentioned earlier, which many consider to be an experimental flying saucer powered by Vril or some other occult magic. Rumors that these technologies were shipped to safety in the Antarctic circulated during the 1950s, and in the 1970s, neo-Nazis placed their bets that a massive and advanced Antarctic military force was being assembled, and they called this the Last Battalion. This is said to be the reason why Antarctica is a hotspot of UFO activity. Many people genuinely believe that the Nazis could still be there today, flying their Vril-powered crafts and plotting the Fourth Reich. On the note of UFOs, the admiral I mentioned earlier, Richard Byrd, became quite well known for an odd statement he made about his experience during Operation High Jump. This occurred during an interview with International News Service correspondent Lee Van Atta aboard the USS Mount Olympus, and this statement was later published in the March 1947 issue of El Mercurio, a Chilean newspaper. The translated text is United States to initiate immediate defense measures against hostile regions. The admiral further stated that he didn't want to frighten anyone unduly, but that it was a bitter reality that, in case of a new war, the continental United States would be attacked by flying objects which could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Admiral Byrd repeated the above points of view, resulting from his personal knowledge gathered at both the North and South Poles, before a news conference held for International News Service. End quote. So, what flying objects was Byrd talking about? Flying objects that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. That certainly doesn't sound like any known aircraft available in the 40s, let alone in modern day. Could these have been the Nazi UFOs which allegedly took out 4 of his planes? This interview is genuine, though it was never published in English. Some believe it was suppressed by the American government. Interestingly, the newspaper that published it, El Mercurio, is believed to have served as a CIA front organization during the 1970s. I mentioned earlier that we'd dive deeper into Admiral Byrd, and that's because he's the central figure of perhaps the most famous Inner Earth conspiracy of all time. I'm talking about the secret diary of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. This lost flight log and journal, which surfaced in 1984, is surrounded by conspiracy and even a couple mysterious deaths, and it records his own alleged encounter with an Inner Earth civilization. Now, this is a conspiracy that I've been asked to cover more times than I can count, in pretty much every Inner Earth video I make. Did Admiral Byrd discover an entrance to Inner Earth in 1947, and was this event covered up by the American government? Admiral Richard E. Byrd is considered to be the greatest polar explorer of the 20th century, after conducting flight missions to both the North and South Poles in 1926 and 1929 respectively. For his bravery in exploring these isolated lands, he was awarded the Medal of Honor, which is the highest honor for valor given in the United States. He was, by all accounts, a true American hero with a strong reputation for honesty, which is why some of his public statements after his journeys raised eyebrows. For example, after his flight to Antarctica, he commented on having seen, quote, a land of blue and green lakes and brown hills in an otherwise limitless expanse of ice. And after his flight to the Arctic, he said, quote, I'd like to see that land past the North Pole. It is the center of the great unknown. If we couple these statements with his warning of what seemed to be UFOs after Operation High Jump, you can see how the official narrative begins to get pretty questionable. To this day, many records and flight logs written by Byrd remain either lost or confidential, and one of these documents was his so-called secret diary, which documented in shocking detail his descent into Inner Earth and his meeting with a race of superior beings, very closely similar to those described by Edward Bulwer Lytton and Maria Orsi. This diary came into the possession of a man by the pseudonym of Ritter von X, the shadowy head of a secretive sect known as the International Society for Complete Earth. The entire purpose of this group was to investigate the existence of an advanced Inner Earth civilization. Ritter von X is an interesting character due to his claimed background. As a former Nazi, he was supposedly born in Berlin, Germany, and joined the Kriegsmarine, which was the German Navy in 1943. Most curiously, however, von X claimed to have served on the U-530, which was one of the U-boats that arrived in Mar del Plata in Argentina, as mentioned earlier in our investigation of the Nazi breakaway conspiracy. Von X was apparently captured by the Allies when his crew surrendered, then forced to participate in a secret mission to retrieve one of Hitler's legendary treasures, the Lance of Longinus, which is the spear that pierced Jesus Christ through the ribs during his crucifixion. Afterward, Von X became an American citizen and supposedly became involved in multiple other secret missions to Antarctica. How Ritter von X came into possession of the secret diary of Admiral Byrd no one knows, but there are some truly strange mysteries surrounding this one, so let's get right into the text. Admiral Richard E. Byrd begins his diary with the following. I must write this diary in secrecy and obscurity. It concerns my Antarctic flight of the 19th day of February in the year of 1947. There comes a time when the rationality of men must fade into insignificance, and one must accept the inevitability of the truth. I am not at liberty to disclose the following documentation at this writing. Perhaps it shall never see the light of public scrutiny, but I must do my duty and record here for all to read one day." End quote. The first half of the diary reads mostly in timed entries, spanning hours to mere minutes. It begins as a normal flight log, but quickly takes a turn for the strange. Quote, 10:05 hours. I alter altitude to 1400 feet and execute a sharp left turn to better examine the valley below. It is green with either moss or a type of tight-knit grass. The light here seems different. I cannot see the sun anymore. We make another left turn and we spot what seems to be a large animal of some kind below us. It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible, yet there it is. Decrease altitude to 1,000 feet and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. Report this to base camp. End quote. A half hour passes and Byrd sees rolling green hills and his external temperature gauge reads 74 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty darn hot for Antarctica. It's at this point his radio stops functioning. Another hour passes and he can see what seems to be a city in the distance, and his writing becomes more frantic. It's at this point he loses control of his aircraft. Here's what Byrd writes. Aircraft seems light and oddly buoyant. The controls refuse to respond. My God! Off our port and starboard wings are a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type. After this, Admiral Byrd's aircraft is commandeered into inner Earth by these UFOs. Note that though these flying saucers are apparently marked by a type of swastika, these inner Earth beings don't seem to be part of the Third Reich breakaway civilization, or connected to the Nazis in any distinguishable way. I guess if one considers that the swastika is possibly the most ancient and widely found religious symbol in history, and these inner Earth beings are supposedly an extremely ancient race, then it wouldn't be too crazy to see swastikas on their craft, but I digress. Moving on, Byrd makes his final log. Quote, 11:45 hours. I am making a hasty last entry in the flight log. Several men are approaching on foot toward our aircraft. They are tall, with blonde hair. In the distance is a large shimmering city, pulsating with rainbow hues of color. End quote. At this point, the diary's writing switches from real-time logs to events written from memory. Admiral Byrd and his radio man exit the aircraft and are greeted by these tall, blonde inner Earth beings who are pretty much identical to the boomy aliens described by Maria Orsic. These beings then escort them to a glowing crystal city in the far distance. In this city, he is brought to a being called the Master, who introduces the inner Earth people as an ancient race called the Orioni. The Master claims that the Orioni are protectors of planet Earth, and that they are well aware of what goes on the surface world and are constantly monitoring our activities and development. The Master then expresses that this event was planned, and that Admiral Byrd was specifically chosen for his high trusted status in the military, so that he may act as their ambassador and pass along an important message. This message was one of concern. Specifically, the Orioni had grave fears of humanity's invention of atomic weapons. This is what the Master told Admiral Byrd. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, but I must continue on. You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist." End quote. After this warning was given, Byrd and his crew were escorted back to their plane and guided back to the outer surface of the Earth. A month then passes and Admiral Byrd ends his diary with a final entry. March 11th, 1947. I have just attended a staff meeting at the Pentagon. I have stated fully my discovery and the message from the Master. All is duly recorded. The President has been advised. I am now detained for several hours, 6 hours, 39 minutes to be exact. I am interviewed intently by top security forces and a medical team. It was an ordeal. I am placed under strict control via the national security provisions of this United States of America. I am ordered to remain silent in regard to all that I have learned on the behalf of humanity. Incredible. I am reminded that I am a military man and I must obey orders. End quote. Okay, so the first thing we should note regarding this alleged secret diary is the flight log is dated to 1947, which is the year that Operation Highjump occurred at the South Pole. Most conspiracy theorists online seem to believe that the journal covers his journey to the North Pole, but that occurred 21 years earlier in 1926. So just note that this journey, if it actually happened, has to be referring to the events that occurred during Byrd's participation in Operation Highjump. The man behind the scenes of Operation Highjump, as well as Admiral Byrd's direct superior, was Admiral James Forrestal, the then Secretary of the U.S. Navy. We'll be getting into his story in a second. It wasn't long after this alleged inner-Earth abduction that Admiral Byrd ordered the premature termination of Operation Highjump, and afterward, Byrd returned back to Washington, D.C. to report directly to Admiral Forrestal. There's two fun facts to note before we move on. First, in July of 1947 was the famous UFO crash that occurred at Roswell, New Mexico. Second, in that same year, President Harry S. Truman allegedly founded the Majestic 12, a secret group of military officials and scientists whose purpose was to control and monitor the UFO agenda. It's just interesting we keep being drawn back to this year, 1947. Now, about Admiral James Forrestal, who I mentioned Admiral Byrd reported to. Forrestal was the Secretary of the Navy and later the first United States Secretary of Defense, making him one of the highest-ranking officials in American history. He was also an alleged founding member of the Majestic 12. Admiral Forrestal is unfortunately remembered today for his dramatic and highly mysterious death when he suddenly leapt from the 16th floor of a hospital in 1949, just 2 years after Operation Highjump. To be honest, Forrestal's death is one of the more thoroughly believable conspiracy theories that I've researched, all inner-Earth theories aside, and once you hear the sequence of events and circumstances, I bet you'll feel similarly. Just weeks before his death, President Truman abruptly removed Forrestal from office, ending his status as a government employee. And soon after, Forrestal apparently suffered an extreme case of physical and mental exhaustion and couldn't move, after which he was swiftly flown on a Navy airplane to Florida, where he was diagnosed with severe depression. He was then flown to the National Naval Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, where he was seemingly kept against his will for a period of more than 7 weeks on the 16th floor. What's a big red flag here is that James Forrestal was no longer a government employee, so it's really unclear why he was being cared for at a military facility. Before he jumped from the 16th floor to his death, he left no suicide note, but only a half-copied poem from the ancient Greek tragedy Ajax. At least this was what was reported by the official press, but no photos or evidence of this half-copied poem were ever provided. Even stranger was that the official Navy investigation of his death only reported that Forrestal died from a fall from the window. There was nothing on what might have caused the fall, and no mention of the bathrobe sash cord that the official press announcement said was tied around his neck. In fact, one of the biggest proponents of the James Forrestal death conspiracy was his own brother, Henry Forrestal. Henry released multiple statements that his brother would have never taken his own life, and that Admiral Forrestal was feeling good, talking about the future with him just days before the incident. Henry remarked on the prison-like conditions of his brother's hospital room, and how the hospital staff constantly interfered in visitations and attempted to keep Admiral Forrestal isolated. Henry was also troubled by how quickly Navy officials insisted that Forrestal's death was suicide, with no consideration of the possibility of murder and no police investigation. Most concerningly, Henry was scheduled to escort his brother to leave the hospital just hours before his death. Many people speculate that the reason why Admiral James Forrestal could have been assassinated was that he was preparing to release information related to Admiral Byrd's journey into Inner Earth, or possibly the Nazi encounter during Operation High Jump. If the truth of Inner Earth was being covered up by the American government, and perhaps every major nation, then Forrestal would have been a prime target due to being a powerful and respected man, as well as Admiral Byrd's direct superior, thus having knowledge of everything Byrd saw and experienced. And get this, James Forrestal is not the only suspicious death connected to Admiral Byrd's Antarctic expedition. In October of 1988, the corpse of what appeared to be an old homeless man was found in a vacant warehouse in Baltimore, Maryland. Tests showed that he had died of malnutrition and dehydration, but more shockingly, they revealed his identity. The dead man was Richard Byrd Jr., a Harvard graduate, father of four, and the only son of Admiral Richard E. Byrd. How Byrd's son ended up dying in a remote warehouse was a complete mystery, and the events of the last 3 weeks of his life remain unknown. He didn't have any problems with drugs or drinking, and by all accounts he was an accomplished, stable, and well-off man. The only real clue we have is that less than a month before, Richard Byrd Jr. left his home in Boston by train and was headed to a ceremony in Washington, D.C. to honor his father's polar accomplishments. Unfortunately, he would never make it to the event. Richard Byrd Jr.'s sons were quick to point out that Byrd Jr. idolized his father, and in particular, he was always drawn back to a certain expedition to the South Pole that occurred in the 1940s, in which he accompanied his father to Antarctica. Keeping dates in mind, it was only 4 years before Byrd Jr.'s highly mysterious death that Ritter von X released the secret diary of Admiral Byrd to the world. So we really have to wonder, was Byrd Jr. the one who gave von X the secret diary of his beloved father? The one that revealed the reality of Inner Earth? After all, who else but Admiral Byrd's only son would have possession of such a private and monumental document? If, of course, the conspiracy is true. Admittedly, these stories and theories of Inner Earth conspiracies are quite the trip. Many people seriously believe in the possibility of a hidden Inner Earth civilization, complete with godlike people and hyper-advanced technology. And what can I say? Inner Earth continues to maintain its allure. You'll find connections everywhere, especially if you watch my previous documentaries on the subject, which I definitely recommend you check out, and I'll include those links in the description. By the way, I've got a long list of Inner Earth conspiracy theories that I'd love to dive into with you all, so please Let me know in the comments if you want me to continue this series. Finally, if you're new to the channel, I really appreciate you giving me a chance to entertain and inform, and if you're a longtime fan, you're probably wondering what's up with this new video style. Well, I'm going to try this out for a while, and I'm hoping that this format will allow me to release content way more often, as well. When we think of the earth and dirt beneath our feet, we know that it's the bedding ground of life. Within wet earth, a seed that may have been long dormant sprouts into a living organism, striving to not only survive, but to thrive. In fact, the name of the very first human in Abrahamic tradition, Adam, actually derives from the Hebrew word Adama, which simply translates to earth. Within Abrahamic religions, including Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, there is a certain commonality which they all share. Each of them asserts that the very first human, Adam, was created from soil, dust, or clay. The Quran, chapter 23, verse 12, states that, quote, "Certainly did we create man from an extract of clay," end quote. And according to the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 7, quote, "God Yahweh formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being," end quote. It is in that verse, though, that we find a strange hint at the possibility that Adam experienced some intermediary stage in between mere dust and actual life, a sort of limbo where he was formed, but not entirely human. In fact, this belief is made more explicitly in the Jewish primary text known as the Talmud, which tells that Adam was a body without a soul, a being known as a golem, for the first 12 hours after his creation, before God injected him with life. Hey fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every Saturday. It's a new year, and to me that means an opportunity to ponder on how all this began. Life and consciousness, particularly in an esoteric sense. Can a being truly be alive without a soul? Well, this is exactly what a golem is. But beyond the idea of God forming the first human from a golem, there are countless legends of mortal men harnessing some amount of this divine power and attempting to create life themselves. But most monotheistic religions would agree that only God can provide a soul. Thus, a human-created golem would be imperfect, perhaps even dangerous. This divine power to create an artificial humanoid, a living body without a soul, is suggested to actually exist in multiple pieces of ancient and esoteric Jewish scripture, most related to the occult practice of Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, where the practice of creating a golem is not spoken of metaphorically, but as a matter of fact, with detailed instructions, which we will dive into in a bit. The existence of golems in the past is also maintained throughout Jewish legend. To begin, the oldest instance perhaps dates back to the 5th or 6th century BC, when, according to the Talmud, the prophet Jeremiah was the first to succeed in creating a golem. Jeremiah formed a humanoid figure out of clay and brought it to life following instructions from the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Jewish Book of Creation. However, his creation only existed for a fleeting moment, as the golem revealed to Jeremiah the theological dilemma of its very existence. Quote, "God has made you in his image and in his shape and form. But now that you have created a man like him, people will say, 'There is no God in the world besides you.'" End quote. With this realization, the prophet immediately undid his divine magic and reverted his golem back to clay. It's fascinating that one of the oldest recorded instances of a golem demonstrates the sheer blasphemy of its creation. But despite this ancient warning, further legends record more golems being produced throughout the centuries. The Babylonian rabbi, known as Rava, is recorded in the Talmud as having created an artificial man from dust sometime around the year 300 AD. Rava then sent the golem to the great Jewish Talmudist, Rabbi Zera, to show that humans can create life, just like God, stating that, quote, "There is no distinction between God and a righteous person who has no sins. And just as God has created the world, so can the righteous. If the righteous wish to do so, they can create a world." End quote. However, Rabbi Zera attempted to speak to the golem, and seeing that it could not reply, he returned the golem to dust, ending its life immediately. Moving forward some 700 years, the 11th century Jewish philosopher Solomon ibn Gabirol is believed to have created a female golem. Ibn Gabirol had lived a difficult and loveless life, thus it's thought that his motivation was a romantic relationship, though he claimed she was merely a maidservant. Whether any romance actually happened between the philosopher and his soulless creation, the royal court was outraged when they were informed of what he had done, and to save himself from a brutal punishment, Ibn Gabirol reverted his golem back to clay. Now, we must ask, apart from lacking a soul, what makes a golem any different from a regular human? Well, physically, the description of a golem tends to vary depending on the story being told. It can look like anything from a hulky stone giant to a completely normal person, probably depending on how cleanly it was sculpted from the clay. However, all golems differ from humans in 3 ways. First, they have incredible strength. Second, they cannot speak. And third, all golems do exactly as they are told by their creator, continuously, until they are ordered to stop. These 3 traits are the telltale signs of a golem. Though it is a powerful creature, it completely lacks free will. The only exception here is the prophet Jeremiah's golem, who was likely possessed by God, hence why it could speak and think for itself. The director of the Montreal Torah Center, Rabbi Moshe Nu, states that, quote, "The body of the golem is infused with a soul, becoming a type of angel enclosed in a man-made body. Angels are considered to be like creatures or animals in daily Jewish prayer. They have no free choice and are not capable of making moral decisions. They are spiritual robots, subservient to their makers." End quote. Speaking of makers, there is yet another parallel shared between all accounts of golems. In all cases, these artificial beings are created using Kabbalistic rituals reserved for only the most devoted and skilled rabbis. Thus, golems are only ever created by those close to divinity. So, how did these masters of Jewish mysticism allegedly perform the impossible, the unnatural creation of life? Well, the most detailed and accepted instructions for creating a golem are found in the Sefer Yetzirah, otherwise known as the Book of Creation, an ancient text thought to have been written by the original prophet, Abraham. However, despite these instructions, the creation of a golem isn't exactly a straightforward task. And to make things more complicated, even to this day, Jewish scholars can't seem to agree on how exactly the instructions in the Book of Creation should be interpreted. What can be certain, though, is that the golem is formed from clay or soil in the shape of a human being, and that the Shem Hamapharesh, which is the hidden name of God in Kabbalah, somehow plays a role in bringing the creature to life. Some scholars believe that to create a golem, one must write emet, the Jewish word for truth, on the golem's forehead. And when the letter aleph, which is the S sound, is erased, only met remains, which roughly translates to dead. So by changing truth to dead, this effectively deactivates the golem and returns it to its original lifeless state. An alternative method is to write the Shem Hamafaresh, the name of God, on a piece of parchment and place it under the golem's tongue. And in order to deactivate the golem, you would need to remove the parchment, which is not always an easy task. Due to the lack of clarity in the Sefer Yetzirah, many Jewish scholars believe that the creation of a golem is a lost art, one that certainly existed in the past but no longer in the present, as several important details of the ritual were likely passed down orally as a safeguard for such an incredibly dangerous power. And with time, these oral traditions were forgotten or intentionally lost. With that being said, it is now time to dive into the most famous golem legends and investigate the many curious details that might hold the secrets of what a golem really is, and whether these artificial beings may have possibly existed in the not-too-distant past. Without question, the most famous and classic golem legend is that of the Golem of Prague. If you were to travel to the Czech Republic today, and particularly its breathtaking capital city of Prague, you may be shocked to see how prevalent the legend of the golem is there, especially if you know where to look and what exactly you're looking at. There are depictions of the golem in signs, statues, and even in the very cobblestones of the city's walkways. The Prague folktale involves an important historical figure, the Rabbi Yudah Lowy. Not only was Lowy a real person, but he was one of the most respected sages in Eastern Europe, known by his followers as the Maharal of Prague, and considered to be one of the most important rabbis to ever live. Rabbi Lowy was born in Poland in 1520 and relocated to Prague later in his life, when this tale begins. For centuries, the Jews of Prague had long suffered attacks by the local aristocracy. Most horrifically, over 3,000 Jewish men, women, and children were cornered in an alleyway and slaughtered in the Easter Massacre of 1389. But why? Well, this was due to a disturbingly widespread accusation against Jewish people, known as the blood libel. Blood libel is an anti-Semitic accusation with an unfortunate 1,000-year history of use, that Jews kidnap and murder Christian infants in order to use their blood in Talmudic rituals. As the Holy Roman Empire began to push this accusation in Prague, Jews in the ghettos began to suffer violent parades known as pogroms, led by the Bohemian aristocracy alongside Empire soldiers. Jewish homes and shops were burned to the ground, and countless other people were grouped up and executed in cold blood. In 1572, as a high authority of his people, Rabbi Yudah Lowy met with the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II to negotiate the immediate protection of the Jewish ghettos. This meeting supposedly went well, but ultimately Lowy did not have faith in its outcome. So that night he enacted a Kabbalistic prayer known as She'eloth Shalom, which would allow him to ask God for an answer in his dreams. The following morning, he discovered a parchment tucked under his pillow, and on it was a written commandment directly from God. Quote, "You create matter stuck together with mud, and cut off the wicked. Ruin the destroyers of Israel." End quote. Understanding his mission, the following night, Lowy brought his son-in-law and best student to the bank of the Vltava River and formed a mound of clay in the shape of a man. By using instructions from the Sefer Yetzirah, as well as the Shem Hamafaresh, the hidden name of God which he obtained during his dream quest, they commenced the ritual to bring the golem to life. They surrounded the mound of clay with torches, and at the end of the ritual, the figure was engulfed in flame. Finally, Lowy gave the golem the breath of life by placing a piece of parchment with the Shem Hamafaresh written on it under its tongue. Thus, the Golem of Prague was born. This creature looked around and moved slowly, acting confused and childlike. Rabbi Lowy then called its attention and immediately informed it of its purpose, to protect the Jews of Prague. He then gave the golem a name, Yosef. Over the next decade, Yosef would act as a bodyguard for the Jewish people. During the day, he would labor in the Old New Synagogue, making use of his superhuman strength. But after dark, Yosef would dress up as a Christian and spy in the streets, keeping an eye out for those attempting to plant the body of a child in a Jewish home in order to accuse them of blood libel. And every Friday evening, before the Jewish Sabbath, Rabbi Lowy would remove the Shem Hamafaresh from under Yosef's tongue so he could rest. This schedule was met with great success. After 10 long years of protecting the Jewish people, the ghettos were finally declared safe, and it is here that the golem Yosef would finally meet its demise. Unfortunately, it was not a peaceful one. One Friday evening, Rabbi Lowy forgot to remove the parchment from Yosef, and in the morning of the Sabbath, the golem seemingly lost its mind. Yosef struck out on a violent rampage through the entire Jewish quarter, destroying buildings and terrorizing the people. Lowy quickly realized what a horrible mistake he had made, and somehow he was able to corner his unruly creation in front of the Old New Synagogue and rip out the Shem parchment from under its tongue, and the golem immediately fell to pieces. This turn of events leaves us with a gnawing question, though. Why would the golem, who was once dead set on protecting Prague's Jewish community, suddenly turn on the people it was ordered to protect? Though there's no clear-cut answer, we can speculate that it has something to do with the golem being forced to work on Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath. Failure to observe the Sabbath is considered a sin, and this may have caused some sort of paradoxical malfunction in the golem, who is bound to the orders of its creator, while also being directly connected to God. The legend tells that after Rabbi Lowy deactivated his golem, he confined the immobile mass of clay and mud to the attic of the Old New Synagogue, where it was to remain until the golem was once again needed. And for hundreds of years, it has awaited its resurrection. Even today, the actual stairs of the synagogue's attic have been removed, and its door remains locked. Though the historicity of this folktale is questionable, especially since its first written mention was nearly 300 years after the events, many Orthodox Jews still genuinely believe that Rabbi Lowy created a golem, and that this truth was at first preserved orally, hence why it was never written down until the year 1834. And this may actually be the case. There are records of one of Lowy's successors, the Rabbi Yekezel Landau, wanting to enter the attic of the Old New Synagogue to check on what Rabbi Lowy may have stored up there, especially since it was marked as a forbidden place. This was in the late 1700s, and without a doubt before the first written mention of the Golem of Prague. Rabbi Landau is reported to have fasted and taken a ritual bath, then wrapped himself in a prayer shawl and parchments inscribed with verses of the Torah, until finally he mustered up the courage and walked up the stairs to the attic. But before he could open the door, he was suddenly overwhelmed by some powerful invisible force which almost caused him to fall, and he quickly descended to the ground floor, trembling with fear. Nearly 2 centuries passed with the attic untouched, until World War II, when a Nazi agent was recorded to have gone up the steps and actually entered the attic, after which he almost immediately died under what was called suspicious circumstances. It was after this incident that the stairs were removed and the door was locked, and no one has entered the attic of the Old New Synagogue since. Though the Golem of Prague is without a doubt the most famous golem tale, there is actually an older and perhaps stranger legend of a golem in Poland, a country where there is a very long tradition of golems being created, which some there consider to be real history. One of the earliest and most descriptive written accounts of Polish golems actually comes from a non-Jewish writer named Christoph Arnold in 1674. He wrote, quote, "After saying certain prayers and holding certain feast days, they make the figure of a man from clay, and when they have said the Shem Hamafaresh, the explicit and unmentionable name of God, over it, the image comes to life. And although the image itself cannot speak, it understands what is being said to it and commanded of it. Among the Polish Jews, it does all kinds of housework, but is not allowed to leave the house. The figure of this kind grows each day. Though very small at first, it ends by becoming larger than those in the house. In order to take away his strength, which ultimately becomes a threat to those in the house, they quickly erase the first letter from the word emet on his forehead." End quote. Arnold provides a very strange detail in golem folklore, as we can see from this early account that the golem doesn't just exist as it is, as a soulless being, but has a fatal flaw of ever-growing size and strength. And this is a key element in the story of the Rabbi Elijah of Helm, who is recorded by multiple sources to have created a golem, long before the Rabbi Loewy in Prague. Like Loewy, Rabbi Elijah was a real person, born in 1550, and he was the chief rabbi of Helm, a town in eastern Poland. Elijah was a known Talmudic scholar and Kabbalist, as well as the very first person to receive the title of Baal Shem, which is a person said to possess secret knowledge of the hidden names of God. This story is told most vividly, again by Christoph Arnold, who writes that, quote, "Elijah made a golem who became so large that the rabbi could no longer reach his forehead to erase the letter Aleph. He thought up a trick, namely that the golem, being his servant, should remove his shoes, supposing that when the golem bent over, he would erase the letters. And so it happened, but when the golem became mud again, his whole weight fell on the rabbi, who was sitting on the bench, and crushed him." End quote. Being crushed may explain why Rabbi Elijah lived a surprisingly short life, dying at the young age of 33. But Arnold's account from 1674 wasn't the only one. In fact, many years earlier, in 1630, a Polish Kabbalist wrote about the same golem, quote, "I have heard, in a certain and explicit way, from several respectable persons, that one man living close to our time, whose name is Rabbi Eliyahu, the master of the name, made a creature out of matter and form." End quote. This story of Rabbi Elijah's golem was also documented by his own grandson, the prominent Jewish theologian Jacob Emden, who was told the story by his father, Tzvi Ashkenazi, an actual eyewitness to the golem, who swore it was real. Certainly, this legend goes all the way back to the lifetime of Rabbi Elijah. So we must ask, could this golem have actually existed? The remains of the Golem of Helm were said to have been locked up in the attic of Helm's old synagogue. However, unlike the Old New Synagogue of Prague, the old synagogue of Helm was burned to the ground by the Nazis in 1940, leaving not a pebble of evidence behind. It's likely that the last golem to be created before the art form was lost was also in Poland, as recent as the early 19th century in fact. The creator of this golem, the Golem of Drohichin as it was known, was the Rabbi David Yaffe, a descendant of the famous Rabbi Mordecai Yaffe. Unfortunately, not much is known about David beyond this story, and the notion that he had far surpassed his ancestor Mordecai in his understanding of Kabbalah, specifically the teachings of the Book of Creation. The golem Yaffe created was a type of Shabbos Goy, or non-Jew who agrees to perform forbidden chores on the Jewish Sabbath, and receives his instructions the day before, in accordance with Jewish law. In the wintertime, this included lighting fire in the ovens and stoves of Jewish homes. One day, though, Rabbi Yaffe made a mistake in the order he gave to the golem, and the golem started a fire which quickly engulfed the entire town. Nearly every building was burnt to the ground and many people were seriously injured. Some even died. In the face of this catastrophe, Rabbi Yaffe begged his children to never follow in his footsteps, so far as to command them to never become rabbis. Yaffe was also apparently the last to possess the oral secrets of golem creation, and thus the art form was lost with him. Or was it? There are rumors that one of his grandchildren or great-grandchildren in the United States is in possession of a secret Kabbalah manuscript penned by Yaffe, and there have been some efforts to find and publish this lost document. On a side note, during my research, I came across an apparently old saying, quote, "He crawls like Rabbi Yaffe's golem," end quote. I'm honestly not sure what this means, as I probably lack the context, but crawling tends to imply a certain infancy or lack of power, which is interesting as golems are said to be childlike, but physically superior to any human. Crawling might also be interpreted as an expression of shame, but a golem has no emotions or reasoning, as they are simply obedient to their orders. Therefore, I think this phrase has something to do with the golem's infantile nature. Like a toddler, the golem is guided by his parent. Therefore, he crawls like Rabbi Yaffe's golem could refer to a man who does exactly what he is told. However, if you have a different interpretation of this strange phrase, please let me know in the comments. I'm very curious. The legend of the man-made golem might be a distinctively Jewish myth, but the larger scope of God or any number of gods creating life from clay is a profoundly ancient and surprisingly universal concept between cultures. In Hinduism, one of the oldest religions to still exist, it's told that Parvati, the mother of the god Ganesh, molded Ganesh out of clay and subsequently transformed that clay into flesh and blood. And in ancient Chinese legend, the mother goddess Nuwa shaped figures from the yellow earth, which is clay, and imbued them with life as well as the ability to bear children. Even Sumerian mythology tells that the god Enki created mankind out of clay and blood to perform servitude to the gods, which is pretty much the exact idea of a golem. And in another version of the tale, the gods Enki and Ninmah take turns creating humans from clay and dictating the fate of each person. There are many other examples of this global motif of life from clay found in the creation stories of the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Mayans, Inca, Koreans, the Maori of New Zealand, and the Yoruba of Western Africa. The Titan Prometheus created man out of clay, as did the Egyptian god of the Nile, Khnum. The ancient Mayan text, the Popol Vuh, clearly states that the first humans were made of clay. I could easily go on with a giant list, but for now we can say with confidence that the idea of life from clay is one of the most universal human beliefs. And perhaps for good reason. This concept may actually hold the key to unlocking the mystery of life on Earth. Yeah, this next section is going to stir the pot a bit, as so far this has been somewhat of a mystical discussion, but now we're going to dip our feet into the scientific world, and particularly that of evolutionary theory. But no matter your beliefs, stick with me as I promise you, this is some seriously interesting stuff. The organic chemist and molecular biologist, Dr. Graham Cairn Smith, is perhaps most famous for his controversial book, 7 Clues to the Origin of Life. 7 Clues was published in 1985, and it expanded upon a hypothesis he had been developing since the 60s. See, clay crystals have a very unique ability to self-replicate, and Cairn Smith was the first scientist to suggest that this property of clay may have been the very step that transformed lifeless matter into organic life, some 3.5 billion years ago. This clay hypothesis has been both ridiculed as well as embraced by the scientific community. The core problem is that to prove the hypothesis, one would need to study clay at minute scales over an incredibly long period of time, and a technique to do this does not exist yet. Thus, the clay hypothesis has never been proven, but it still remains in the realm of possibility to this day, with many supporters in the scientific world. So, what exactly is this clay hypothesis? Well, if you take a careful look at clay under a powerful microscope, you'll see that it's made up of tiny crystals. And given the right environmental conditions, these crystals can grow continuously, much like the golem of Helm. More notably, however, is the fact that these crystals can split apart and replicate, with a so-called mother crystal giving birth to daughter crystals. Each clay crystal has its own unique characteristics, which can be passed on to daughter crystals, very similar to how humans and other living beings pass genetic traits onto their offspring. But similar to the phenomena of genetic mutation, new traits can be introduced to the clay crystals depending on the environment they're in. Simply put, clay crystals show potential for evolution. Think about it. Unique traits, whether introduced from the environment or inherited from the mother crystal, can either help or hinder the formation of new daughter crystals. Specifically, if a trait increases a clay crystal's ability to split apart and thus replicate, that clay crystal has an evolutionary advantage. Dr. Karen Smith theorized that at later stages, and under very specific and still unknown conditions, biological molecules such as DNA could have begun to form within the crystals, which further increased the replication process, and at some point a so-called genetic takeover occurred. During this genetic takeover, these biological molecules evolved the ability to replicate independently of the clay crystals, and left the clay behind. Thus, life as we know it might have actually come from clay. Just like the legends of the ancients, as well as the golem in Abrahamic traditions. Might this be the bridge between religion and science? Who knows? We could speculate for days on whether the imbuing of Kabbalistic magic into a mound of wet clay may have forced a sudden and profound reaction, such as that described in the clay hypothesis. And that would be great fun, but for most cultures and religions, the thought of a mortal being creating unnatural life is controversial beyond measure. The question will likely remain until the end of days. Who are we to play God? It's typical that tales of golems end in some kind of disaster for the maker, and for this reason the myth of the golem today is closely tied to the trope of hubris. Hubris is an ancient Greek term that describes a foolish pride or dangerous overconfidence. Hubris may also refer to any actions that violate the natural order. As we know, and as experienced by the prophet Jeremiah in the Talmud, the mere existence of a golem goes against the processes of the natural and spiritual world. A golem is not a human, and nor is it an animal or a beast. It is an empty shell and a slave, perfectly obedient to its creator's command. The golem follows its given orders to their absolute literal meaning, without regard to semantics, logic, or morale, which often leads to disaster for the human who thought himself master of his own creation. Thus, the golem is an ancient reminder that just because we can create something doesn't necessarily mean that we should. In modern day, we're moving ever closer to the creation of a new type of golem, which is artificial intelligence. And eventually there will be a point of no return. That's called the singularity. Unlike God in Genesis, we can't just send down a flood to restart. The responsibility for our future is ours today. And with that, I thank you kindly for listening to my technophobic ramble. And if you're looking for more Jewish occult mysteries, specifically that of divination, check out my video on the Urim and Thummim. Thank you to my patrons for making these deep investigations of reality, especially as we enter a brand new year. And if you'd like to support too, there's a link in the description. All proceeds go back to these videos. I'm Mr. Mythos. You guys are awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
It is the dawn of the 9th millennium BC. The last ice age is now a distant memory. Over the preceding millennia, we have seen permanent settlements appear throughout the Near East. At these sites, which would have housed populations in the low hundreds, we see people closing the final chapter on their hunter-gatherer past. In its place, we will soon see the emergence of domesticated crops and animals, the adoption of which would fuel a population boom throughout the Fertile Crescent. The next 2,000 years would see the slow growth of settlements throughout the Levant, Syria, and in the mountainous regions of Anatolia. By the beginning of the 7th millennium BC, we see the development of what some archaeologists have termed megasites, unprecedented in both their scale and density. Here thousands of people would have lived and died, with their remains often being buried beneath the floors of buildings in which their relatives continued to reside. Alongside this, we see a great flowering of Neolithic artwork, with ritual depictions of wild bulls, vultures, and statues of gods and goddesses in human form. Finally, we see the development of an international cult, which revolved around the ritual extraction and decoration of human skulls. And yet only a few hundred years later, it would all come crashing to an end. Over the course of our previous episode, we examined the first sedentary communities to appear in the Near East. At the site of Ohalo II, we saw the earliest known evidence of crop cultivation, which may have taken place as far back as the height of the last ice age, over 20,000 years ago. At the end of this period, the average global temperature began to increase, and we saw the appearance of semi-permanent settlements throughout the Near East. In the Levant, we saw the increasingly complex exploitation of wild grasses by the Natufian peoples from around 14,900 BC, including the earliest known evidence for the making of foodstuffs such as bread and beer. Then the climate deteriorated once more. Around 10,800 BC, glacial conditions returned across northern Europe and America, and in the Near East many areas would have suddenly become cooler and drier than before. The wild grasses of the region became less abundant, and Natufian settlements were slowly abandoned in favour of more mobile lifestyles. This state of affairs persisted for nearly a millennium, before finally warmer conditions began to return. Throughout this period, known as the earlier pre-pottery Neolithic, permanent settlements began to reappear throughout the Levant and northern Syria, along with new communities throughout southeastern Turkey. It is in these settlements that we see the first evidence of monumental building activity, along with what may be early examples of ritual structures. And to the north we see the construction of a site of unprecedented complexity, marked by colossal T-shaped pillars, which were in turn covered in ritual carvings and animal symbology. Göbekli Tepe, the world's earliest known temple. So by the later pre-pottery Neolithic, a period that began around 8,800 BC, it's clear that humanity has come a long way from the mobile hunter-gatherer lifestyle that has characterised much of its history. Even so, we are still a distance away from the developed civilizations that would emerge in parts of the Near East from the 4th millennium BC onwards. To demonstrate this, let's quickly remind ourselves of the criteria we laid out for civilization during our last episode. First off, we expect civilizations to be characterised by dense urban environments, not dissimilar to those of modern towns and cities. These urban environments rely on agricultural support from the surrounding area, without which their existence would be impossible. In addition to this, these centres are also marked by monumental building practices, a complex social hierarchy, and are administered through a developed system of writing and literacy. In our last episode, we saw plentiful evidence of monumental building, in the form of the colossal wall and tower constructed at Jericho, or the vast ritual enclosures of Göbekli Tepe. When it comes to the rest of our criteria, however, the evidence is lacking. Indeed, many of the early settlements we see at the beginning of the later pre-pottery Neolithic retain much in common with their hunter-gatherer predecessors. Most of these communities still relied on hunting as their principal supply of meat, a practice they supplemented with simple crop cultivation and perhaps even simple forms of animal domestication. But in this episode, all of that is about to change. Over the next 2.5 millennia, we will see the emergence of the world's first urbanized societies, that depended on the farming of domesticated crops and animals to survive. Let us begin then by examining the settlements that appeared throughout the Near East during the later pre-pottery Neolithic. Unlike the Natufian period, which ended with a return to more mobile forms of living, the transition between the earlier and later pre-pottery Neolithic is not marked by
It was a sunny day in the biting cold of the Himalayan mountains, 5,000 meters above sea level, year 1942. A lone British forest ranger spotted a rocky hill that he could rest on during his long patrol. He made his way over and, before he sat down, he peered over to the lake on the other side. He stumbled back in horror. Hundreds of skeletons, some still with remnants of flesh and hair, lay frozen at the bottom of the melting lake. Though the truck took days, he fearfully reported back to his superiors, and together they returned to the site with experts. By the time they made it back to the lake, more of the ice had melted, revealing more than 300 bodies. It was wartime, so all assumed that this is what remained of a failed Japanese land invasion. Only upon closer inspection did they realize that the clothing, weapons, and other artifacts that floated with the skeletons did not quite fit this narrative. And examining the decomposition, it was obvious that the bodies were much older than first thought. For decades, the skeleton lake of Rupkund, India, had remained a mystery. Was this a ritual suicide? A tremendous landslide? An enemy ambush? Perhaps some sort of quarantine of people suffering from an epidemic disease, made to die alone in the mountains. Only after an extensive expedition in 2004 did the world receive some sort of answer. They had all died in the same way, a swift, deep blow to the back of the head. But since then, the mystery has only grown stranger. I'm Mr. Mythos, and I welcome you to Truth or Lore. Be sure to subscribe if you love investigating the mysteries of history like I do. Every sub is an incredible support for the videos I make on my channel. Without further ado, this tale of a lake with 300 skeletons might have more meat on its bones than anyone would have guessed. Long ago, in the naughty village of the Chamoli district in Uttarakhand, there lived a beautiful woman named Nanda Devi. She was married to the Lord Shiva and, as was tradition, she was to move to her husband's home in Homkund. During this journey, Nanda Devi grew thirsty, so the Lord Shiva created a lake for her to drink from, Rupkund. Following this ancient legend, the people of Chamoli developed a tradition of making a 3-week pilgrimage across the Himalayas to Homkund once every 12 years. And to go along with this myth, there is an ancient folk song sung by Himalayan women that has been passed down for centuries, generation after generation. It once again tells of Nanda Devi, but this time as a goddess of the mountain and as a warning to all potential pilgrims. As the lyrics go, the king of Kannauj and his queen are expecting a child. The royal priest suggests a pilgrimage to Homkund so they may receive Nanda Devi's blessing. The king spares not a moment and gathers his family, servants, and dance troupe and sets off into the mountains. The way to Homkund is a long and arduous journey, so they pass the time with song and dance. This enrages the goddess Nanda Devi, her sacred grounds defiled with inappropriate entertainment and celebration. In a single vengeful strike, she casts down a fierce storm of hailstones as hard as iron, raining instantaneous death upon the entire group. Could the answer really be as simple as that? The conclusion of 2004's expedition was a direct parallel to this age-old myth. A religious pilgrimage met with a sudden mass death. The short and sharp crack on the back of each person's skull was not caused by some blunt weapon, but a giant hailstone. Trapped in the open valley with nowhere to seek shelter, a sudden and severe hailstorm was their death sentence. Of course, things aren't always as simple as they may seem. See, Rupkund Lake is a bit of a tricky location to study, being that it's halfway into the Himalayas. And the scientists in 2004 weren't that complete with their research. In 2019, this mystery officially re-entered the realm of the unsolved. Here's the problem. That myth of swift punishment by hail was not a one-time occurrence. The most recent expedition to Rupkund Lake found that there were actually 2 distinct groups who perished there, separated by nearly 1,000 years. The first group was what you would expect, skeletons of South Asian ancestry from 800 AD. The second group, though, was a bit of an anomaly. See, their DNA was a bit out of place. This group hailed from the Eastern Mediterranean, specifically Greece, where this niche sect of Hinduism was surely unheard of. They were dated to 1800 AD. It was unlikely that their purpose was to make a religious pilgrimage. So, what were these people doing here? There was nothing of interest otherwise in the region. 2 large groups, from 2 distinct geographic locations, separated by nearly a millennium. How did they all end up dead in this one spot? The researchers of the 2019 expedition described their findings as unanticipated. On top of this, there was an outlier in the Mediterranean group, an individual who was not actually Mediterranean, but East Asian. We can assume that maybe he was some sort of guide for the group, and considering their final fate, not a very good one. Returning back to the question, what were these outsiders doing here? There were no animal skeletons or trading supplies found, so they weren't traders. There's a good mix of both men and women, so they weren't a military party. DNA testing shows that they weren't a family of relatives either. Their presence suggests that Rupkund Lake was not just a local site of interest, but one of global interest. It's definitely strange, but perhaps not as impossible as it may seem. Improbable for sure, but not impossible. Though Hinduism makes up only a fraction of the percentage of the religious affiliation in Greece, not many people know that Greece and India have a long history together, which includes religious intermingling. In fact, the first contact between the cultures of ancient Greece and ancient India dates back to 515 BC, and perhaps even older, as there are some truly incredible similarities between Hindu and Greek mythologies. As an example, the two heroes, Krishna and Achilles, were both killed by an arrow piercing their heel, the only vulnerable part of their body. The kings of gods, Indra in Hinduism and Zeus in Hellenism, both use thunderbolts as their weapon of choice, and both slay a sea monster. The gods of love, Kamadeva and Cupid, both shoot arrows into people's hearts to make them fall in love. I'm Mr. Mythos, and believe me, I could go on. But I'll cut it short and say that, despite this, I don't think this is a case of Greek Hindus making the same pilgrimage as the Himalayan locals. The story of Nanda Devi is not written or recorded in any ancient sacred Hindu text. Nanda Devi herself as Shiva's bride is only a local interpretation and viewpoint, as there are, in fact, at least 4 manifestations of Shiva's bride, and Nanda is only one. So, the Nanda Devi story and pilgrimage is a local tradition, and Hinduism, even today, is but a mere fraction of a percentage of the Mediterranean's religious population. Long story short, I don't buy a religious motivation. But what about the possibility of them being a group of Mediterranean explorers? Well, being that the bodies are from the 1800s, they missed the boat on the age of exploration, which lasted from the early 1400s to the late 1600s. But they were right on time to fall into the period of early Himalayan exploration. Numerous groundbreaking, headlines-making research expeditions were performed during the mid-1700s to the late 1800s. In 1865, for example, the tallest peak was named for the explorer Sir George Everest. Seeing how popular the Himalayas were for exploration at the time, I feel like this may be a clue. But the vast majority of explorers from this era were British or French. I've searched everywhere, and I can't find any record of Greek exploration in the Himalayas within that time frame, much less a large group that went missing. One thing is for sure, something drew these people to Rupkund Lake, from their homes in the Mediterranean to their final resting place in the Himalayas. As of this point in time, there is no plausible answer. All these dead ends bring us back to where we began. The age-old folk song of Nanda Devi's Wrath by Hailstorm is a highly specific testament to just how dangerous this area is, and how quickly things can take a turn for the worse. Unlike those 300 lost souls, be warned. Don't be the king and his party dancing in extreme conditions without a care, or those in the villages may one day sing about you. Thank you so much for watching. If you were intrigued by this deepening mystery in the mountains and want more myths and mysteries to explore, give this video a like and subscribe to my channel. As always, friends, stay tuned for the next episode of Truth or Lore.